Welcome to the treasure room.
Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, 0. Prepare for vault door opening.
Hello and welcome to this early version of my stream, everybody. We are, right now I'm organizing my inventory. We are about to reset on a really fun game called Skull and Bones. I've been really working hard at it, but you can tell I'm a little bit tired. But I have been basically grinding to try to get ready for Season 2. Now, Season 2 is supposed to come through on Tuesday, which is tomorrow. But of course, it's going to start resetting at 10 p.m. So in 3 hours from now. So we have 3 hours to get on out here, get our pieces of 8, spend our pieces of 8. I also thought of something. I had a little moment of genius while I was out and about. And I'm going to show you how to take your pieces of 8 and actually convert them back to silver if you need to. I'm chasing the vendor right now. Come here, vendor. There we go. And try to keep stuff going. Now go ahead and put a 1 in the chat if you can't see and hear me right over there. Of course, you can see I'm running around right now. I got the contract complete and I'm running back and forth. Now, one of the things I've been doing in the game is there's a really fun empire management thing that you do, kind of like a board game, where you take over all the different locations. And then, of course, you have them producing pieces of 8. You use your pieces of 8, of course, to equip your ships and get armor and some of the best weapons and items in the game. As well as to buy additional blueprints for the Sambuc, which you can use for like a fire ship and all sorts of fun stuff like that. So what I'm doing right here is I'm running out and grabbing the supply like the sugar cane. And then I take the sugar cane, I convert it into rum, and then I convert it from the white skull rum into the gold skull rum. And then I sell the gold skull rum so I can fund the manufacturer, so I can get the pieces of 8, so I can get the ships, so I can do it all over again. And again, it can be a bit of a grind. I'm not going to lie. It's definitely, you got to be pretty hardcore. But I went from basically having around 30,000 pieces of 8, which I collected over the whole entire season. And they actually extended the season even longer. So I actually kind of lucked out in that way because I was going very slow, wasn't doing the main storyline and just taking my time. But where it's at now, means basically I had enough time to go through and capture every single factory and every single zone, which I had no idea I was going to be able to do that. I'd done that over the last couple weeks here. I've been working toward that, and you can actually see all the little ones that are in there. Now, we've got about 2 hours left, roughly, really 1 hour and 55 minutes, or 2 hours and 55 minutes to get in there, collect as much pieces of 8, and then spend those pieces of 8 before it resets. It's going to reset down to 300,000 of our pieces of 8. So we need to get that going ASAP. So I'm in here just kind of doing some standard stuff before we get started on all of that. And we've got lots and lots of stuff on us here. We're looking pretty good. We got way too many of these, though. Way too many repair kits. Oop, I didn't mean to put them all away. Apparently, I'm putting them all away. Let's get about 20 of them. There we go. And then we need to go down to the bottom and get ready to get it going. Now, of course, we're going to, go full screen here in a minute. And again, thanks everybody for hanging out here on this early stream. Now, again, we're going to go about 3 hours. Then there's going to be the reset at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. So we'll go until we can't go anymore. We'll let the reset go. And then I'll come back again with a follow-up stream starting season 2. And that should be about 3 a.m. So then we'll go for another 3-4 hours and check out what's new. We're also going to check out the patch notes tonight as well. So hello to Wombat in the chat. Thank you very much for coming in and hanging out. Thank you, Dragon Wolf, for that one, and Master V, appreciate that. Dragon Wolf saying hello, Kismet and chat. How's everybody doing? I'm doing good. The final 2-3 hours of Skull and Bones before the servers go down. And howdy, Kismet. Yes, I'm doing it right now. We got to get it going. So no time to chat for too long. No time for Kismet story time right now. It's time to get in there and get the loot. Let's go. All right, now after the stream earlier, everybody, I stayed up way too late, and I kept, I had my timers running to keep everything running while I was busy doing other things. But we got no time for that right now. We got to get on the water. We got to make sure we got our food and water and buffs and healing, because we got to go to each and every one of these, and it usually takes about 2.5 hours to 3 hours. So we got to really be diligent on it, and we got to really go to it. Now, some of these are full, and some of these have stopped. Now, I let it go to a certain point where it was like, first it was like 10 hours until the reset. Then it was like 4 hours. And then I was like, okay, well, anything that resets now. So I kept re-upping them for like the last 5 hours after my previous stream. And then when it was like, 4 hours until the thing, I was like, well, I'm going to lay down, take a nap. Beforehand, because otherwise I'm going to be even more out of it than I normally am. So I could rest up a bit so we can go a little bit, and then we can go all night long. So that's what I did, and I said, okay, well, I'll let the rest of these run down. Now, I've also been converting my pieces of 8, and I thought of an idea. I said, well, what if you have like 1 million pieces of 8 or 5 million or 10 million, and you wanted to convert it back to silver, right? What if you want to take your piece of 8 and say, Kismet, I don't have enough silver to get started in season 2. Well, the first thing I would say is collect the stuff like I did right there. Those the supply ones, you definitely want to do those for sure. And of course, you can see I'm using my speed boost right there as well. I'm always kind of using either food or stamina or whatnot boost to get it going. Speaking of, let's get our stamina boost going. This helps with our stamina efficiency when we're trimming, which is basically how I'm at all the time. I'm always kind of in trimming mode because that's the fastest it goes. But I did figure out a way. So if you do have a bunch of pieces of 8, we'll talk about it after we do this kind of first run. If you have a bunch of pieces of 8 and you want to convert them back, say you have 100,000 pieces of 8 beyond the 300,000, because anything above 300,000 is going bye-bye. So spend it. Spend it on weapons, spend it on armor, because you're going to need to equip 40 different ships after this. So what I did is I bought a bunch of armor and a bunch of weapons and whatnot. And I thought, well, what happens if I take those items that I'm buying and then sell them to see how much they're worth in silver? And then what is the ratio per me spending the pieces of 8 versus the return? And it's actually very surprising as to which ones give you the best return on your pieces of 8. And so I went in and I made a little spreadsheet, and I took a sample of, 5 different items of different categories to see, like, what is the best ratio. If I wanted to take, say, I had 500,000 extra pieces of 8, and I wanted to get 500,000 silver, how could I do that? We'll talk about that in a bit. First, we got to get this done. Now, I have the sound off right now. We're going right against the wind, so we're going to use our plus 15% of water boost. Now, I'm always buying water now, buying water every single time I come into town. If I'm at another little location, I buy it there as well. Now, someone did mention yesterday that they said that you can fast travel when you have your pieces of 8 on. I did not see that in the patch notes. I kind of glanced over them to see if I saw that in there. It might be in there. I don't know. I might have missed it. But I will definitely we'll be looking at it in more detail later on. But first, we gotta get all our stuff going. Now you can see I went down here at the bottom. I'm doing a little loop here. Then I'm gonna head over to this one over here. I'm gonna try not to run it into anybody. And I'm gonna keep my both my stamina boost. You can see it keeps going up there, which is basically feeding my crew, and then also my water boost constantly going. So because no matter which way you're going, everybody, it seems the wind is always in front of you when you're doing this kind of thing. So I just keep using my biggest boost, and you can see I went up to 14 there is my 15% boost. So I just try to keep buying those every time I go in to a town or to somewhere where I'm just standing on the beach. I'll go ahead and try to buy those as quick as possible and then move on to the next thing. And then every time I'm rolling up into one, like I am right now, I'll go ahead and say, okay, where am I going next? I'm actually going to go this way, right here. And then the closest I get, I'm going to go ahead. The second I get into there, I'm going to go ahead and stop just to grab the piece of 8. Now, of course, when I'm doing this, there's usually mobs chasing me. There's no mob chasing me right now because I ditched him. And that's what I will do. I just ditch the mobs because right now, the goal is get as many pieces of 8 and then spend those pieces of 8 because I'm already at 300,000. And yesterday we did last night we did into early morning, by the way. We did a spending spree where we spent like 250,000 pieces of 8. And you know what? If you had like 20 million pieces of 8, it's actually pretty hard to spend that. Because you would have bought pretty much everything that you could buy in there as well. But you definitely want to buy a bunch of stuff. That's what they said to do. Buy a bunch of weapons and armor and that kind of stuff. So be ready to go. As well as you can turn it back into silver. Now, of course, if you turn it back into silver, then you can take that silver and refund your basically, or not refund, but fund your manufactories. As well, and then get that money back again. So say you took 20 million and you spent about $1 million on getting upgrades and whatnot for your ships, and then you thought, well, hey, I got 40 of everything now because that's pretty much how many ships you can have. And except for weapons, you would need 40 times 5, so you would need a lot of weapons to gear up all your ships. And so you could do that. You could gear up all your ships, get all your stuff, be ready for upgrades on your ships when they show up. And then you could then take the other, how many ever million you got. So let's call it 19 million. We got 19 million pieces of 8 and convert that back into silver by doing this technique that I discovered by doing a little bit of spreadsheet work. I love my spreadsheets, everybody. I love my spreadsheets. I love to go in and make lists of things and, figure out kind of next level things like, wait a minute, I need some starting capital, right? I need millions of bucks so I can do it. Now, of course, if you probably have 20 million pieces of 8, you probably got about 20 million silver as well, or, even more so. It's actually a pretty big grind to grind out silver in the game. And they have a lot of changes coming up as well that have to do with the level of your ship. I did read when I was going through the patch notes that you actually can get to 13 now instead of just 12. So you can get to a whole nother level. And there is a whole bunch of new items and things like that that are coming through as well. And you see that guy's coming up behind me, but I'm out of here. I'm out of here. Now what I'm doing is just sailing around from port to port, gathering. I'm like the delivery guy. I'm gathering up. I didn't want to do that. Get out of there. Stop it. Gathering up the... let's try to get that other one that's in the water there. There we go. Don't want to harvest it. I can just want to get the free stuff in the water and keep my ship going. So that's what I'm doing. I'm just going from port to port, picking up all that stuff, and then you can see I've got kind of an optimized run that I do and the way that I run it. I just want to get every last little bit because I work really, really hard to get all of these locations. And I just want to snatch up and then buy as many things as I can and then see what happens in Season 2. Now, I also noticed that in Season 2 that you have to defend some of your locations. And if you don't defend them, that location actually could get damaged and then be on cooldown or basically being repaired. I don't really like that idea. I think that kind of sucks because then you have to defend every single one of your locations all the time. I think that might be a mistake, but we'll see how it plays. I mean, if I'm offline, is it like no big deal or what? I don't know. Why is this guy aggro on me here? Oh, that's Lepest there. I think that's Lepest. I don't know. I'm not risking it in case it's not, and then I aggro everybody in the corner. I'm out of here. Again, use that boost. We're going to sail right through here. Now, again, if you notice I'm in third person works great for when you're trying to go through these really close canals. Oh, it's right there. And so what I do is I show myself where I'm going next, and once I see where I'm going, then I go ahead and tag the next one. And this way, when I hit this one, I can just look and say, okay, now I'm going over that way. Now, obviously, you'd love a tailwind the whole entire time. There's a really fun thing in Valheim, because it does the same thing, everybody. Every time you get in there, I wish there was an option in that window that says never show this again. I'm not going to do that ever, so don't ever show me that window. It's irritating because sometimes what happens is that window comes up and you got to hold down escape to get out of that window, and then you're getting shot the whole time, and then you got another window you got to get out, and then you're getting shot. By the time you get out, you're like quarter health. You know, it sucks. It sucks when you say I don't want it. And everybody else is doing the same thing I'm doing. Everybody trying to get their pieces of 8 before time is up. So again, you have to defend your manufacturers. There's also going to be different quests to try to get the manufacturers as well. You can earn different types of Helm World leases, whether they're a local lease, whether they're a faction lease, or whether they're a world lease. Now, if you have worked really, really hard like I have and went from like 10 factories, now I actually thought, man, it's actually if I had thought it and done it this way on purpose, it would have been really smart. But I didn't, so I'm going to just own up to that right now. But it's actually more brilliant of me to do it at the end because there's less competition for the factories than it would have been at the beginning, because people have been PvP and people have been trying to do the takeovers of all the stuff. So I did it toward the end, and there was literally just me and like 2 other people trying to take over all the things on the server I was on. And so there would be like 3 opportunities. I would take one and the other people would take the other 2. And then there was like no competition. So then every time I would be able to get one every half hour times 66 times, right? So that's, 33 hours right there. And so I spent like 6 hours and 6 hours and 6 hours about a week ago doing that, just collecting all of the locations. And again, I thought, well, I just get as many as I can get. I didn't know I was going to get them all. Which I did, and that actually turned out to be way more time efficient than had I done it in the very beginning. So very, very smart on my part, but really accidental smart. Accidental smart, that's for sure. Yes, I was saying that last night, Raji, that this is very much a console game. You can always tell, if you had to hold the button down, because that's a console thing, or it's a controller thing, really. So you don't accidentally do stuff on the controller. But it's really annoying for everybody who's on PC, because everybody on PC just wants to press the button once. Like when I interact with the thing there. I just want to press S and not hold it down. I have a lot of individual keys. It's not like I'm just hitting the same button. I'm going to accidentally hit it. I mean, it is, you are using WSA and D to control your ship as well, but I think it's kind of a waste to make me have to do that every single time. So we're going this way, I think. Yeah, we'll come back out on that other side. Trying to remember if I'm going the right way here. We're going to go back this way and catch these on the way through. I think that's right. Catch those and then up and then back and then around. Yes, that is right. All right. And these ones down here are still going to be funded, but it don't matter, everybody. I wonder if at the end, if they're automatically going to give you any pieces of 8 from the ones that are still left over. That'd be an interesting thought. You know what? I might just go down about, 30,000 and see. If, oh, we get shot at here. And then again, against the wind. Against the wind. So we will see, but again, I found a way of converting. If you have a lot of pieces of 8 and you'd rather have silver than have the items to do that. And again, we'll be talking about that. We'll be talking about the patch notes. We got to be Johnny on the spot, everybody. We got to be Johnny on the spot. We got 3 hours to go, and this takes 2.5 hours. So we're going to give ourselves like a half-hour window there. And if we have to abandon the rest of our pieces of 8, then c'est la vie, everybody. We'll let it happen. All right, we are going the right way. Now, the biggest problem I find in this game is all the little ships that are in your way all the time. Now, this is actually my fastest ship here, and you can see we're having a really big struggle because we're constantly going against the wind right now. And that adds a lot of time to your collection. But if we're having trouble going this way, at least we'll be able to go across the middle part a bit faster. And they are going to let you upgrade your ship, and they're going to let you also automate this process a bit, so you don't have to manually do what I've been doing here for a couple weeks. Luckily, I haven't been doing this since the very beginning, everybody. If I had been doing this since the very beginning, this would have been even more hours. There would have been, to a factor of 100 hours more, 100 times the hours that I've already gotten into the game. Because this definitely is a grind. This is a huge grind that you have to go and pick these up. And they've addressed that in the next thing. Now, the sucky thing is that you have to defend some of them. And we'll see how bad it is. Can I just go offline and then come back and then defend just one of them? Or do I have to defend? If I have 76 of these, am I spending most of my time defending every one of my factories so they don't get, damaged and then downed? I'm not a big fan of that. I like the fact that you could defend the factories if you want to, but the fact that your factories would go down if you didn't defend them really sucks. Because then you couldn't automate it and let it run and then just go offline and, take care of your IRL and then come back and then play some more, which is one of my favorite features of the game, is that you can kind of just let it run when you're not online. And you come back in like now, like I've been letting it run all day long and all night long since we collected all of them, because some of them were full. And so we went and collected them all, and then we let it run. And then, the ones that were kind of out of sync with the rest of them, I stayed up afterwards, and I basically started those going. And then I rested for a bit, and then I got up again, and then let those going. And then for about 4 hours, I kept checking. And I was also doing my supply runs off stream. And then I got to a point where I was like, okay, I got most of these going. There's like, 6 hours left until it's over. It's not worth me spending my silver to re-up these, because they're going to either run down in the next 2-3 hours or the whole thing's over in the next 6 hours. And so I just said, okay, the rest of them, if they run out of funding, oh well, I'm out. And so that kind of makes me think, wait a minute, I should probably do less of these and automate them as much as possible than to wait, than to get all of them as well. But I'm definitely going to work on all of them again. But again, having to defend them sounds terrible. Sounds terrible times 76. That's a lot of defending if every time I get on and I have 25 of them defend, and it takes, say, 5 to 10, 15 minutes of my time, times 70, that's a lot, everybody. That's a lot. I don't think they really thought about that at scale, right? At scale, that's a lot of defending that you would have to do. So we'll see what happens. So again, the goal is to get all the new goodies that are going to be dropping. There's a whole bunch of cool new stuff that are coming through. Oh, I went past that one. I forgot to mark it. My bad, my bad. Full stop. Get a bump into the side here and turn around. The precious cost of time right there. Such the way it goes. Again, if we run out of time, we'll just spend the ones that we have. And then go from there. So I just missed it there. I was chatting and wasn't paying attention. That's why you want to tag the next one so it's real obvious as to what it is. Now I had some quests for the Grand Fort, but I thought, we're not going to have enough time for that. So I just kept my Fort de Luz one. So if we do happen to have a little bit of time, we'll go do that one. And if we catch some more on a reset, we'll see. I've also been working on getting my silver up. So this way, the second Season 2 drops. I have a bunch of world leases because I have so many factories and whatnot that you get these rewards for working real hard in Season 1. Also, if you are of a certain tier, like I went from like the low-level tier because I wasn't playing it at the up level to the diamond tier, which is the top-level tier, in about a week. Because, again, I said, that's it. I'm going to go try to do as much as I can to get ready for Season 2 and see if it's possible, right? The thing I would be doing right now, one, collecting your piece of 8, get them as close to 300,000, or if you're over 300,000, spend that 300,000. Like, I spent my extra amount on some cosmetics, or as many cosmetics as I could find. And then I went in and... this guy's going to try to fight me here. Gotta focus for a second. Okay, he's not even going to shoot. He was trying to ram me. Trying to ram into me. That actually worked out in my favor. Oh boy, this is a road. Ram into him. Out the way, guy. And he's going to fire at me there, but you see I can brace through it. And then again, we're going to run up here and try to get this one. Now these, by the way, sometimes are at various levels of how close you have to be to the thing. There's something else they could definitely work on and make that like a universal thing. And again, I'm going to get hit here. And my stamina is running out super fast right now. Alright, where am I going next? Oh, actually, I'm going back that way. Right, the way I was already facing. Now I could kill this guy, but, you know, I got other things to do. And there we go. Again, because I'm bracing through all of that. Try to just get out of here. Now, these are random rogues that are just kind of chilling out along your route. Those actually don't count as the actual people that are after you, which the other one is the one that's shooting off the torpedoes at me right now. Oh, and I keep getting hit here. Oh, and then the wind against me. That's super awkward right there. So I'm getting attacked by two different things. My stamina, for some reason, seems really, really slow to regen there. There we go. And then I got a headwind at the same time. See how it slowed me down? Big time. Awkward, but we made it out. Again, stay calm in those dangerous situations like that. All right, we're going to go to the lumber yard here. And again, I'm not going to finance any more of these. Now I just want to save up my silver. Your silver does not reset. Your silver stays the same. Whatever silver you've got carries over into the next season. And everything else is pretty much going to be the same. Your sovereigns and all that is what they've said. The only thing that gets reduced is your pieces of 8. Now your pieces of 8 also go to your upgrades, and they said that they're going to actually make the upgrades cost more. I saw that in the patch notes as well. So that's going to be a bummer as well. But I think the whole thing might be the defending thing is the thing that I want to see how tedious that is. Because this right here is, you know, if you're not hardcore like me and you're like, I'm going all in, I'm going to go in there and spend 3 hours of my gaming time to every time to grab all these pieces of 8. Which is insane, everybody. But it did move me from like 39,000 on the leaderboard up to like 6,000. So it does tell you that that is the primary way of getting pieces of 8 and utilizing those pieces of 8 for upgrading your ships. Now we're also going to have 40 ships that we're going to basically create and utilize. And I'm going to go right to it, everybody. First thing I'm going to do is pick 2 locations, try to get those to 10, and then automate those locations, picking up my pieces of 8, and then see how it goes. Now, of course, I may not need all the locations at that point, or I can try out some of the new ways of getting the manufactories other than doing the PvP or the legendary heists. Definitely going to try all that stuff out. There's new weapons, new armor, new ships. There's all sorts of cool stuff. And, of course, new storyline. And they're also broken up into weeks. So you definitely, if you don't know, we're going to talk about that here in a bit. That you definitely want to be on when it restarts, right? Because it's only for like a week, and then the next week comes through, and then it has certain things that you can do just that week, and then things that are the 3rd week, and so on, and 5th week, and so on. We'll talk all about that once we get all of our pieces of 8 running here. But yeah, there's only certain rewards you can get if you play those weeks. I'm still bummed about my cake in Fallout 76. I didn't get my 25th anniversary cake. I missed out on it, man. It was a bummer. I was out for that week. And I missed out on my cake that I can't put at my camp now. So I have to go to someone else's camp to get it. But that's okay. My crew got it, so I could always go over there. But it's just one of those things that you're like, oh, I missed out on that thing, right? Because I didn't know it was a thing until I logged in the next week, and I was like, oh, man, I missed out on the thing because I was taking care of my IRL stuff, everybody. But, you know, got to take care of your IRL, too, everybody. You don't want to be too much into the game, right, where it's affecting your IRL, your relationships, your life, right? I mean, I enjoy playing some games, but not to the detriment of my health or to my family and so on, but... I am pretty hardcore, though. I'm pretty hardcore if I can be. If I was 25 years younger, I'd have like 9 million of these pieces of 8 right now. But I can do what I can do. And I consider that a huge achievement, everybody, to go from basically 10 of these to 76 of them. That's as many as you can have by learning that technique. And of course, this has also helped to my crew also say, hey, Kismet, you know, this is what you want to do so you can get all these rewards for it. We're going to go this way, so we want to turn, and somebody's going to try to get us here in a second. We're going to turn back this way. Again, I've got this, you can see I've got this down, everybody, how I do these runs. But I do like the idea of automating your pieces of 8. But I don't like the idea of defending 78 locations. Again, even if it takes you 10 minutes of locations, that's 760 minutes, everybody. That's a lot of hours. Hey, sorry, what's 760 divided by 60? That's 12 hours right there. So that'd be 12 hours of my time if I have to defend them all. Again, we'll see how often it pops up. Is it only when you're on stream or on game, or is it only when you're when you're only in game, or does it happen when you're offline? Does your stuff get attacked and then you come in and find that it's destroyed? Because that would really suck. It'd be awesome if you could just queue everything up, go offline, and the defense stuff only happens when you're online. That'd be cool. But again, we'll see how that works out. I think that's a bad idea just to start with. I like the idea of defending your thing, but I don't like the fact that it would be so many that you would have to defend, right? It could potentially be 76 of them, be, 12 hours of your time every time you log in. I don't know if I have 12 hours every single day to defend 76 locations. So it's kind of like penalizing you for having more locations, right? I think it's a way of keeping you from getting too many pieces of 8. Now, the peeps in the very beginning, by the way, before they nerfed the collection of pieces of 8, they ran away with it, man. They had tens of millions of pieces of 8. And that's why they're soft resetting that. They're also resetting the manufacturers. You're going to lose all your manufacturers and all your upgrades. The first thing I'm going to do is pick 2 locations, upgrade them to 10, and get them running. And then figure out how to and fund them with silver. And then figure out how to automate them. And then once I automate them, I'm then going to figure out my upgrades. And they get my upgrades going. Now, I should have done that way earlier in the season, I think, because then I would have a whole bunch of excess pieces of 8. But then I also would have been doing this over and over and over instead of playing with my crew and running around and exploring the whole world. I would have been just grinding this. And you know that people have been doing this. I know the Magician, aka TM, we call him for short, has been doing this since the very beginning. In fact, he had to take care of some IRL stuff. So he hasn't even been working on his. And he probably has millions and millions from the very beginning. So I guess you do have an advantage if you did the storyline really quickly and you gathered tons of it. But there is a way to convert it back into silver. Now, of course, if you do a direct convert from, say you had a million piece of 8 and you made it into a million silver, well, what it does is it doesn't take in the factor of the processing time to make pieces of 8, right, or to collect pieces of 8. So that processing time would make the value of pieces of 8 way more than the actual silver you could trade it for. Probably to a factor of 10 to 100 to 1,000, depending on, how long you waited for those pieces of 8, for sure. All right, I think we got all of those. We got one more back here. How are we doing on time? That was about 30 minutes, all right. That was actually pretty good. Trying to watch my time there, everybody. Try to watch my time, see how much, because I want to be able to spend this as well as earn it. So we're going to just grab as much as we can, and then what we're going to do is we're going to hike across the way. And again, we're not going to fund any more manufacturers. We have basically 2 hours and 23 minutes to get this done. We're pretty good because we got this whole side done. There's a good amount of pieces of 8. I don't want to do the tree. Again, just keep pumping those waters. Keep buying those waters every opportunity you can. I found that's a huge reduction of the time it takes to collect these because I'm constantly boosting my speed with that water. All right, we're going to run on out of here in this direction. You can see I've already tagged where I'm going next. Now I got to go 7,000 in this direction. So I'm actually going to tag a little bit out so that I'm going directly toward it, and then I can get in here. Now every chance I can get, I want to go ahead and boost my thing. I'm going to move over here. You see over there, I'm watching the cooldown of my water there. Now I don't need the big water every time. I just, if I'm going 18 knots over there, which is pretty fast, and we're really lucky because we got a tailwind right now. We got a long way to go. If I have that tailwind, then I'll just use my smaller 10% boost because that's as much as I'm going to get anyway. And then if I'm at 17, though, I might use my 15%. Which you can see we're just slightly into the wind there. We went down to 16. There's 20. And now we're getting 20, and we're going directly where we need to go, too. So we're going straight at it. So, of course, the fastest way between 2 points is a straight line most of the time. Now, of course, if you're going out into dangerous waves or if you're fighting mobs or whatever it is you're doing when you're trying to cross here, then you're in trouble. And this guy's going to try to aggro on us. Going to definitely double check that I didn't miss any. No, I'm all good. And then I hear them shooting at me. No, they're shooting at that one. Now, here comes a guy over here. He wants to get rowdy, so I'm going to shoot his stuff there. keep my food going.
Get some grub in your belly.
And then again, just keep shooting at his sails. A little too far away for that. Oh, and he's causing me to veer off course as well. I'm actually trying to go this way. It's like they almost know where you're going, everybody. I get this sneaking suspicion that the game tracks wherever you're trying to go. I don't know.
Nice target. Ready to
Ah, there you go, bro. One more hit, and that's it. It's game over for you, brother. Bye-bye, sucker. Now, what I did is I damaged his sails so that he got stuck back there. And you can see the red on him means that he's a rogue that's trying to get my pieces of 8. He's trying to destroy my ship, and if I die with these pieces of 8 on me, wow, long pot shots there. And here comes the wind. See the wind direction changed and is like right in my face now. So now I got to go a lot slower, which sucks. But we got pretty far away, luckily, with our tailwind there. So that did help us a bunch. Now, I love it when you have the tailwind all the way over. It really, really does help. But sadly, not so lucky there, where we got a tailwind for a little while, and then we're now into a headwind. Now, you might as well just, take the hit, everybody, into the headwind, and then I still got 6 seconds left on my water before I can re-up that again. Right here, bam, there we go. And I'm going to use my higher 15%, getting that going on. And then, of course, keep re-upping your stamina constantly. Feeding your crew, feeding your crew, feeding your crew. And I wait till it gets a little bit more than halfway. If I'm starting to get into a battle, then I'll just spam it every time it comes up. My particular bananas here, boom, take about 15 seconds to come back up again. And you can overdo it as well. You can do it too much where it's capping out at the top too much as well. Definitely have yourself some other type of buff food on as well. I'm using the one that that helps me keep my trimming at maximum. I'm going to tag this one so I don't sail past it. There we go. And do this. And then since I'm already stopped, that's when I take a second to see where I'm going next here. And then off we go. Hopefully we got a tailwind at least in this direction. We do. All right. Awesome. So boom. Let's use our boost. And so we had a little bit of a struggle there, but we got that. And then we're going to angle in such a way where we have a tailwind that's going to get us over here. And again, we're going to try to grab these as fast as possible, put them into the warehouse, spend them as fast as possible. Because I'm right about 300,000 right now. Now, if I didn't get these, well, that's perfectly fine as well. But again, you put the time, you put the effort in, you went in, you gathered all the resources, you took on the forts to get your silver. You took your silver, you funded all of these locations, you took all the time to get the locations and all of that. So definitely want to get the maximum reward that you can, and that's what I've been doing for several weeks now. Just really going heavy, just really spending some time on it so that I'll get the biggest boost that I can get in the next season. So very, very useful. But definitely start, if you're at the point right now, you're in the game, collect as many as you can, spend anything above 300,000, and GG's. All right, we're going to go across the top here because we're going to have a tailwind in this direction. And sometimes I'll choose which way I want to go based on the wind direction, right? If the wind is behind me, well then, man, I'm going to just go the way the wind is going to push me the fastest. Now, of course, for every going this way, eventually I have to go back that way around the other side, and thus I'm going to go right into a headwind in the opposite direction. But this is going to allow me to go around the top here, grab the ones on the top, and then come down the side and grab those. Should make it a lot easier to get this done. And I'm just constantly trying to go as fast as I can. Keep my stamina up. Turn that corner. Ah, look, he's doing the same thing. Everybody's just doing a mad rush to get as many pieces of 8 as they can at the end. And I don't blame them, everybody. I don't blame them at all because they worked hard. There's a lot of hard work. That can be super grindy if you're not into empire management, which I am. I love the whole it's like a Risk type of game. If you've never played Risk, you take over different countries, and if you have all of those countries, you get a bonus for that particular country and whatnot. I played a lot of Risk as a kid, everybody. The board game, by the way, with friends. It's really funny because the thing we would do is we would write notes to each other, right? If you wanted to, lie with somebody, or you said, hey, let's take out this guy. And we play with like 6 or 7 people. So at the end, we put all the notes in a box. You couldn't see it, right? So you pass the other person reads it, and then they put it in the box. And then after you're done playing, we go back and read the notes and see what the notes said, because you don't know who wrote the notes, unless you're the person who wrote it, of course. And it's just funny what everybody writes to each other when you're playing that game. You attack them from the side, I'll attack them from the top, we'll try to wipe them out, that kind of thing. All this strategy that you have to do. And I've won many times, by the way. Won many times at Risk. With my friends. That was a lot of fun way back in the day, the old school board games, before they digitized all of that stuff. All right, going to this one in here. And there's a guy coming after me, but he's not anywhere close to me right now. And let's turn nice and sharply here and then interact. Grab that. And again, these are only level 5s, so these are about 1,000 each. But again, I've turned 30,000 pieces of 8 in the last couple weeks or so into over 500,000. And that's a lot. That's a lot to go from. And that allows me to just buy all the patterns and all the cosmetics and all of that stuff. Oh, there's a shark. Bam! Shoot that shark and get that shark meat. I take the opportunities when I can.
You cannot escape the Blade King's grim touch.
Oh, really? Because I'm escaping it right now. You're way back there, and I'm way up here. I'm out of here, sucker. Now, they also say that if you look at the patch notes, again, I was just scanning over them. We'll look at them in more detail later. But that the Plague King will be back as well. But that'll be like week 5 or 7. I can't remember. It was pretty far into the new season. And there's a lot of rewards and other cool stuff. And there's also some new game mechanics. They have one that I'm definitely interested in, which is the buoy. So you can throw down a healing buoy for your team. And then they can see the buoy and then run to the buoy and then get it, as opposed to using your heals now, where you shoot your mortar and people move out of it, or you shoot it too early and then they didn't get to it in time and they didn't get the heal, which kind of sucks. Big time. It's really hard to heal in the game now. It definitely takes finesse, but then again, that's pretty much every game, everybody. Healing is more of an art form than a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kind of thing. All right, guys, take it somewhere else. I'm trying to get to my pieces of 8 here. You're making me have to go way over here. So I would rather them run into me than me run into them. If I run into them, then it aggroes everybody and their mother over here, and then I have to, deal with that. I don't want to deal with it. I just want to get the heck out of here. All right, give me the full boost. 15% boost. Whoa, somebody's shooting at me. What are you shooting at me for? Oh, he's shooting at the location. I was like, dang, what did I do? I ain't doing nothing. I just picked up my loot and I'm out of here. Again, I don't get involved. I move on. I got things to do. Now, at this point, we've done all the coast of Africa and a little bit over here on the Red Isle. And we're pretty good now to kind of offload this. And then what I do is I try to start in the optimum location where I can do all of them. You saw I did that whole side. And then I did a couple here, went over the top, and then came down the side. And then I just drop those off. Because the more you hold on to those, the higher chance you're going to, your ship's going to die, or maybe you'll crash out of the game, and then they'll kill you in the game before. Oh, look at that. I accidentally bumped that guy. I didn't even see him. But he didn't aggro, at least. And even if he did aggro, it wouldn't matter now, because I'm going towards St. Anne. Now, St. Anne and Tellock are the 2 places where you can drop off your pieces of 8. And that's what I plan on doing here. I'm going to run on over here, and again, just keep using my boost, because I got a nice tailwind there. Keep my ship going at whatever maximum speed I get away with, and the second that comes up, we're going to go ahead and hold down S. So, boom, we drop that off. And then, of course, I picked up a bunch of stuff along the way, just kind of randomly in the water. And normally, look at that, diamond mode, everybody. 28, it's about 30,000 pieces of 8 right there. And you'll see that I normally run in and do that, but I'm going to do repair and very quickly get back out onto the ocean. We're going to drop off. All this stuff is just random stuff that was in the sea, everybody, that I grabbed while I was running by. There we go. And again, I have a set amount of stuff that I have. Boosts, food for stamina. And we should get some more of these, by the way, to the tune of like 60 of them. Yeah, there we go. Water and then water barrel. I'm going to actually get more water. Let's say 20, 30 more. And there we go. And then I have my healing and then a little bit of healing. I don't really need that much healing, but I do need to go and collect these ones down here at the bottom. Now, the ones I find most annoying is this one right here. So I'm going to go and fast travel over here and run from this one down to this one that's the most annoying. And then I can go along the side and get those other ones. And then end up on the other side and get all of those ones as well. So again, my whole thing is trying to optimize this run, right? To get it down to hopefully around 2 hours, because it definitely takes a long, long time. There's a lot of gameplay time to do it. But look at me, everybody. I'm like 160 out of everybody this week. Now, of course, a lot of people I feel are like TM or the Magician, who you know, have already crushed the game and not really worried about it. They'll come back in season 2, hopefully, and then crush it again. But they've already, you know, got all the pieces of 8 they needed. They already got all the silver they need, and so on. And there we go. So we can interact with this one. We can get it from way over here, and then we can just cut right.
There will be ropes hunting us for these 8s.
There we go. And that lady just loves to say that over and over and over again. She says it every single time. All right, we're going to grab this one. Now, I find it easier than going through all of these little canals here is to go out on the edge and then run along the edge here. Oh, we got a ship coming in. Oh, bro. Whoa, bro, learn to drive. He's going in that way. I'm going out. That's a player right there, by the way. So, send this guy some love. Oh, come on. There we go. Oh. Okay, fine. Fine. I see what I try to do nice things, and the game just wants to do crazy things, and I'm hitting my stupid Windows key. I should lock my Windows key. I hate the Windows key, by the way. I think it's the most stupidest invention ever. Big time. Oh, this guy's aggro on me now. Huh. I don't know how come he's aggro on me, but c'est la vie. See, look, I'm getting attacked, and then I got to deal with that stupid thing that comes up. I think I hate that window, everybody. I hate that window. I'm not going to do it ever. I do not show again. Do not show again unless I decide I wanted to show again. Again. And then also the whole, like, holding the button down every time. I gotta hold down escape. I gotta hold down what I mean, especially escape. I shouldn't have to hold down escape. I should just go escape, and then get out of there as quickly as that. I shouldn't have to hold it down. That's dumb. That's dumb for PC. Smart for console, though. For console, they need that because they're working with a controller. On PC, you just hit the button. I mean, it's like you've got the whole entire keyboard. So if you're mispressing the buttons, that's a you problem, not a game problem. Now, I can understand it if it's a smart mechanic. A smart smart mechanic, there we go, is in Fallout 76, where when you're going to pick up loot, you're hitting E to pick up the loot. But if you accidentally hit E in Fallout 4, like on a chair, you'll sit down in the chair, which you don't want to do. So the only way to sit down in a chair is to hold down E. So that's a good mechanic. It keeps you from accidentally sitting down, which happens a lot in Fallout 4. It happens to me all the time. So it's a great way to fix that problem of not sitting down every time when you're just trying to grab your loot. So that's a good time to do it, but not on everything. Not every single thing I have to hold the button down. I gotta hold the S down. I gotta hold the W down. I gotta hold the escape key down. I gotta hold the everything else, F down to do the plunder and all of that. I can understand that on console, but not on PC. And a lot of games do that. That just tells you that they were originally designed for consoles versus PC play. And you can have both. It's okay. You can have, you know, all the console peeps have where they have to hold down, and all the PC peeps where they absolutely don't like it. It is one of those things that is more of an annoyance than anything else. Than to have to do that every time, like disembark, right? I can understand disembark. I can give them a slide on that one because S is the slow down key. So if you hit S, it's going to slow down your ship. And what you want to do is disembark. So, all right, you slide on that one. But interact key, F key, I don't have any other keys I'm using F for. Right? So if I need to interact with something, I should be able just to interact with it. The escape key is another, probably the best example. I shouldn't have to hold down escape to get out of that window. I should be able to escape, bam, and I'm out. That's it. No in between there. Again, everybody, we're just trying to grab our pieces of 8 as quickly as possible. We got about 2 hours left here. We got a boogie. We're gonna grab our loot and we're gonna get back to base. All right, you can see I'm running around the outside here. I could go down this way and then circle back, but I like to go along the outside because it's just easier to sail along the outside than to go through all the canals. All right, let's try to send out the heart to this guy this time. I'm gonna go on the inside since he's going on the outside, like this. We'll send him some love. What up, brother? If you do it early enough, they'll do it back. See? I love those moments, everybody. That's a community moment right there. Hey, what's up? Fucking dude, coming in with 6 months of sub love and getting that brand new sub badge. Thank you, fucking dude, for that, bringing in that Kismet love train. Now's a good time, everybody. Of course, once the Kismet love train gets going, hard for me to say though. That's when you join in, everybody. If you want to go ahead and give some subs or sub or resub to the channel or drop some bits or donations or whatever it is, now's a good time to get that hype train going. A great way to help support the stream. Know that I do put every penny right back in the stream as well. Where am I going? Uh-oh, wrong way. Hold on, U-turn. I meant to go down that thing right there. Oh, man, I'm making a few route mistakes here, but they're not too bad. Costing me just a couple minutes. But again, you try to optimize your route. Now, the cool thing is, everybody, in about, let's say, 6, 7, 8 hours from now, you won't have to do this. You won't have to do what I'm doing. You're like, Kismet, I don't want to sit there and do that for 2, 3 hours every single time I log in. Well, the cool thing is you won't have to. You can automate the process of collecting your pieces of 8. Which is awesome. Very, very awesome. The biggest concern I have is about the defending of your factories, how tedious that will be. You just take the tedium of running of your pieces of 8 to the tedium of your factories getting damaged all the time, or your ships getting damaged that are collecting stuff from the factory. That can be really annoying. I would imagine that if your factory gets damaged, that you could still manually go and collect it. But if your factory stops producing, that's a whole different thing right there, man. Look at this guy. Take that, bro. Blow that guy up. That would suck, because that means that all of your time getting that location would be a waste. And then 14 hours out of a 90 day season. That's a big chunk. That's a big chunk of your time wasted that your factory is not producing. So we will see. I would imagine you can still collect it manually, but again, they're not telling us the super detail of this. I thought there would be a rollout trailer too for season 2, as well as a more concise explanation of what's going on. Obviously, you don't want to spoil the storyline or things like that, but you definitely would want to talk more in depth about the mechanics and whether what you can and can't do, all that stuff. And they did have a live stream of that, and I watched that whole live stream. It took me 3 hours to watch it. And so I went and condensed it down into basically like a 1-minute read for my peeps over on my Discord. So you guys don't have to watch it for 3 hours because, you know, I'll take the hit for everybody. It did explain a whole lot of things, but it didn't go into the detail of how you do your upgrades and how you do all of that stuff. But it does talk about that in the patch notes. And again, we're going to talk about that once we get all of our 8's done. And then we're going to try to spend these 8's. That's important. Now, these ones over here are the ones I have at level 10. And I normally will let them run. Oh, look, 2 hours and 0 minutes. Game servers will not be available during this time. We got 2 hours to make it happen, Captain. We got to go. We got to get it done. Now, of course, we got this whole side done over here. We got all those collected. So we're doing pretty good. We got to do these and then all of those over there. But these ones are my level 10. So these ones I like to let run for like a couple days. Then I come back and then it's GG's where it has, you know, an absolute ton of these. Now, I also am wondering, is there an option to not have it automated and then you go pick it up? And then thus you don't have to defend the locations? I don't know. Those are all things that are not explained in there. So again, we're going to discover all of that later tonight when it comes through. Now, here's what's going to happen, everybody. At 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, in about 2 hours from now, they're going to go down for maintenance, or basically updating the game. And so they're going to, you know, refresh the servers, do all that stuff, install the new thing. And you know there's going to be some bugs and there's going to be some problems. There's going to be a whole bunch of fixes as well. I did see those in the patch notes. But they're going to be down, they say, for about 5 hours. Now, in my experience, everybody, in the 50 years that I've been playing games, yes, I've been playing games for half a century, I have never seen them actually hit it right on 5 hours on maintenance. So just assume it's going to be 10. And so what we're going to do is we're going to go until that maintenance comes up. Then I'm going to stop the stream. We're going to take a break, and then I'm going to come back around, I'm going to watch it from about 2 o'clock in the morning, which will be in about 4 hours, and see if it just comes up early. And then also be watching my alerts, because I have it actually piping the news from the main Skull and Bones Discord onto mine. So the second it comes back up, they're going to post it over there, and of course also on their social media, over on their various social medias. And it's going to let me know, and it actually comes right to my phone. It's like, servers are up, bro. And then the second that happens, then I'm turning the stream back on. And then it's on like Donkey Kong, everybody. We're going to go right into Season 2, see what's new, see what the whole upgrade system is about, and all of that. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about it before it starts, while we kind of have a, a little bit of a waiting party for it to do its thing. You can see this one, these are collecting a lot more. Again, it's much smarter to let these run for 2 days and then just pick them up once, as opposed to picking up multiple times like I am right now, because that does cost you more time and effort. And your time is your most valuable thing, I think. My most valuable asset is my time, in real life or in game. So I try to reduce the time it takes for me to do things. Now, you're like, well, Kismet, why didn't you put them all at 10? Well, the reason why I didn't put them all at 10, and I could have definitely done that, is the fact that I do want to save some of the pieces of 8 for the next season, right? And I wasn't sure whether I was going to hit that 300,000 or not. So I said, instead of going to 10 on these, I'll just go to 5, because that's something that you can still fund because of your silver. If you're being more casual with your silver collection, you're not, doing every 2 hours, you're not doing your forts, right? So I was just collecting mostly the supply, occasionally doing the forts, right? After I got a bunch of quests for the same location. And then occasionally doing it with my crew as well. We would go and do some of the forts, but not all of them. I know some people are just super, you think I'm hardcore, everybody, over the last week I've been, but some people are super hardcore, where every 2 hours they're doing their thing every 2 hours, doing all the forts, and just grinding so they can be the top of that leaderboard and whatnot. I don't care to be top of the leaderboard. I got other things to do in my day, but I am willing, if I enjoy a game, to put in the time. I will definitely put in the time, and if it's especially something that I like something where you're, managing your pirate empire, I didn't even know that was part of the game, everybody. I found it very late, probably about 60 to 70 days into the season. That's when I finally finished my main storyline. And then I'm like, oh, whoa, there's a whole nother part to this game than just running around blowing things up and collecting loot. You can manage your whole entire pirate empire. How cool is that? That's the kind of game I like. I like that kind of game. Oh, look at this guy. Wants to get rowdy over here. Hey, you. Take that. Good shot. Holy mackerel. That was a good shot right there. Yeah, he's too far away for me to get him. Now I'm just going to ignore him and just run over this way. Look, another dude. He's like, God, I got to get my pieces of 8. I got 2 hours left. So, yeah, I'm going to go ahead and cook on out of here. Race my way through that. Again, it's just a waste of my time to sit and fight those guys. This guy, look, he's doing the same thing. He's doing pieces of 8. He's doing pieces of 8, and that guy's after him. Holy mackerel, look at all these guys trying to get me. Whoa, 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 I actually got to heal myself. Yikes, I'm getting attacked big time. All right, I got to get out of here. Go, 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 go. Wow, look at them all. I got 3 of them on me. Because that other guy was dragging a bunch of rogues, and those rogues then turned on me. But that's okay. That's why I got my heal there, everybody, so I can heal myself, and then I boosted my my speed out of there as well. So now they're going to try to get me, but I'm going to use what I call the Pirate's Escape, where I'm going to get over here. If I get to this little inlet here, I'll be fine. Oh, they're not. They can't even catch me. And then I'm going to use my big boost. Use my food for stamina. I'm out of there. See, I can be trimming the whole time. I can be going 20 the whole time if the wind's in my favor. And then we just did all of that, everybody. Now we did the whole side. We did these ones over here, which are my higher level ones. And I just got all of those. Now, those are still funded for a really long time. Oh, I forgot to do that one over there. We'll come out and grab it from this side. Yeah, we definitely want to grab as much as we can and then spend it. Now, they say to buy weapons, armor, and guns and whatnot for your ships. You're going to need to gear up for your automating system. So I'm taking their advice and spending my excess on that. Plus, I bought an absolute ton of cosmetics, every single cosmetic that I could find. Because I don't know how many more of those are going to stay in the thing. They're going to add more black market items, new ships, new rewards, all sorts of cool stuff. By the way, also, if you're at the diamond tier, which I got to here by doing all of this random stuff here. What are you doing? Where are you going? Where are you going, ship? No. No, no, no. Come on, you're slowing me down. It just like, it wouldn't stop. Scary. And then look at these ships getting in my way. It wouldn't stop so I could interface with the thing. Come on, where's it going on? There we go. Wait, I'm trying to get the interface to come up. All right. Oh, stop. No. Turn. Awkward. Ah, see, I knew it was going to happen. See, someone's going to spawn. But luckily, he thought I was going that way, so he spawned that way. But I'm not going that way. I'm going this way. I'm out of there. All right. Yes, and we got the wind at our back there. All right. So I wanted to grab that one last one there. Again, those ones I can let run. And they some of those are going to be running for like 12 hours. But there ain't 12 hours left of the season, so it don't matter how long those are going to run. I'm certainly not going to come back for them because I won't have enough time. I just want to get as many as I can go. All right, now we captured all those ones in the bottom, all my larger ones that are level 10s, and then boom, we're going to put those in the warehouse. Another 15 grand right there. Again, go to my ship, repair, manage cargo, get rid of the excess stuff so I don't get overburdened. Check all your food, your water, all your other stuff here. I'm good. And then on to the next route, right down here. So I'm going to go way to the bottom. You can see I've got tons of full ones here, and some of these that have run out of funding, but they're pretty close to full, so it's close enough. Again, I don't need to spend any more of my silver. I need to backlog my silver for the next season, so I'm not going to spend any more here on that. There we go. So I want to go around to the left this way. I'm just going to go full steam ahead here. And then bring my sails down just a little bit. Of course, I'm going right into the wind. Use my bigger buff. And off I go. So again, this you can do pretty fast. So far, we're about an hour in. And we've done most of it. I feel like we've got about another hour here of collecting, and then we can just do whatever the heck we want after that. We can go on a spending spree. Now, the two most annoying locations in the entire game is coming up right here. They are very difficult to interact with. You know what I might do is I might jump forward on the next one and then come back to that one. You know what? I think that's what I'm doing. I'm gonna go do that other one, then turn around and come back. Let's see if we get that going. Now, out of everybody playing this week, everybody, I'm 156, which I consider pretty good. Now, do I need that #1 spot? Absolutely not. I don't care about my ego, everybody. I left my ego at the door 20 years ago. Maybe even 30. Probably more like 20 though. I don't have to be #1, everybody, in everything. I don't really even want to spend that much time to what it would take to be #1, everybody. Sometimes you got to know life that stuff, and I prefer to have a life. Thank you. I prefer to have a good balance between enjoying gaming and streaming and all of that stuff, and playing games at the same time. So. And spending time in the real life. 2 more for 5. Yes, make sure to go out and show some love on those retweets, everybody. So there we go. So this time I went to the fort first. Because if I go from that one over there to this one over here, the interface doesn't work. And it gets messed up. So it usually happens because the guy spawns. But let's see if the interface works if I go to a different one before I go to this one. Let's see. Nope. See, it doesn't come up and give me the interface, right? So it's like a bug in the thing. And, of course, while I'm doing this, some other dude's going to come up and fight me while I'm trying to get the interface to work. Again, these two here definitely need to be fixed. I'm hoping they fix it in the patch, but we'll see. Now, I'm going to go ahead and just run off this way, way out here, and run away from this guy so he despawns or de-aggros. Like that, and then I'm just going to turn around and go back. And again, this comes out of my run time here because I have to basically fix the problem with the game, right? I have to fix the interface problem with these particular locations, and also I have to go against the wind now too. That sucks as well. That sucks. Now, when you're on your way back, what I would do is I would hug that edge until you see the ability to interface with it. And this usually fixes it. Not always. Sometimes I have to loop around again. But sometimes it'll do it. And again, look right toward it. There it is. And you can see I got it that time. Now it's fixed it. All right. Now, those are the only two that do that. If I go to this side and then go to that side, then that one doesn't show up. If I go to that side and then come to this one, then that one doesn't show up. And I thought, well, I'll be tricky this time, go there, and then try to do it, but that doesn't show up either. I could have went and did this one and then did the next one and then came back to that one. Maybe some future one I might do that, but I don't know, I'm getting out of here. On to the next thing. All right, after this, I'm going to be going to this one over there. There we go. Just log in, log back out. Me too, but it takes longer to log out and log back in again, I find, than to just pull around the side. I have that problem all the time. Like, I'll be in my little helm office and I'll be trying to like work my stuff, and then the interface doesn't work. They did say that they did fix the interface, so we'll see. The UI. We'll see if it's fixed. That'll be the best thing to test it on right there. I bet you it's not. I bet you. Because that's a fairly obscure one, I would think. You'd have to have both of those manufacturers. You'd have to have it bugging out on you every time like it does for me. That's a very consistent bug, and those are the best type of bugs to have because those are easier to fix than the ones that are very intermittent. And you're like, oh, well, it happened this one time, but doesn't happen after that. Well, that happens every time I do that, which sucks. All right, let's use our big boost. We're running out of big boost, though. That's okay. That's okay. We'll use it right now where we're slowly going against the wind here. Then after we do this one, which we can go ahead and, while we're waiting, we can mark where we're going next. We're going to go around that corner. Right into the wind. Come on. And I'm trying to aim toward the locations that's the closest to where I could hit S and get the loot. but not so far down that I have to turn around and come way back. So I try to aim toward the edge of where the settlement is, and then I go in the minimum amount to bring up that interface like this. So you see me aim this way, and then I'll turn in, and then the second I can, I'll interface with it, boom, get my 1,000 pieces of 8, and rotate around. And the real thing I want to see, is it harder to get pieces of 8 in the new season? Does it cost more? Does it take more time? Does it is it easier in this season? And it was super smart of me to come in and, you know, grind a whole bunch, 500,000 of them, or I think I'm approaching 600,000. Now that's just how much I've earned in the last week, by the way. In total, before I started doing this, probably about 90,000. So I'd say maybe about 700,000, and that's really not doing this all the time. I'm just doing this at this moment, but I haven't been doing it the whole time because I didn't even do the main storyline, and like I said, very, very late. So basically, I've been just tooling around, having a great time, and then at the very end of the season, grinding out all of the locations and getting tons of stuff so I can have it for the next season. But next season, we're going hardcore, everybody. Again, it's going to start here in in theory, in about 10 hours from now. So set your clocks, do what you got to do for that time. But, you know, don't be disappointed if it doesn't happen, because it ain't. It rarely ever happens, everybody, that it happens on time. I'd be very impressed if it did, though. So big love to them if it does happen. But, you know, set proper expectations, everybody. I do. Set proper expectations that, you know, it might run longer than 5 hours, right? What's up, Ren Stippy? The Cutthroat Cargo is good, isn't it? Often found that no one was doing it and picked up some top gear. Yeah, the Cutthroat Cargo, I find that, especially right now, not too many people are doing it, so you can just run over there and be the only person doing it. The same thing with all the manufactories. What up, guy? Same thing with the manufactories is that, you know, I had like maybe 2 other people that were trying to do manufactories while I was doing it. And so I went from 10 manufacturers to all of them within like 4 days. And so it's like 6-hour days too, not 24-hour days. Because I would do it after the stream. And it's also like passive time too. So what I would do is say I started at like 4 o'clock in the morning, right after my stream, my other stream of whatever I was playing, like Fallout 4 or whatever. And so it'd be like 4 o'clock in the morning, and it would be like 3:56, right? I'd go in, I'd get my supply quest. Then it would reset at 4 a.m., and then I'd get more supply quests, and then I would turn in my supply quest. And then I would get any forts that I wanted to do that were easy ones that I could do later on. I'd start stacking a lot of those so that I can just do it once and then get like a ton of rewards for it. And so I would do that, and then every 30 minutes I would find some sort of takeover opportunity. And I would set a timer on my phone to go off about 10 seconds before that. I pull up the map, wait for a takeover opportunity to come up, and then I would just pick one. Doesn't matter which one after a while. Of course, I was trying to pick the ones where I could finish the region first. But if I couldn't, if someone already grabbed that one, I'd just grab another one. And then if somebody went to that one, I would cancel that one and I'd go to another one. And then at some point, I would be on a server where there was only a few of us, and I could literally get them every 30 minutes. And then if I couldn't get any of them and there was a legendary heist, I would jump into that as well. And then toward the end, I was just doing... Oh, I got to go this way. I was just doing the legendary heists, right? Because that's a guaranteed... If you get that done, that's a guaranteed location. So then I started doing those every single time, and then I left 2 on purpose to do the last 2 to do on stream. So then we went in and I forget what the other one was, but then we did the Mega Fort last on stream, and then we had all 76 of them within 4 days. So instead of doing it the whole entire season and doing this whole grind run the whole entire season where you're picking up your pieces of 8, I've just done it within the last couple weeks, and that's it. And so I didn't have to grind for these pieces of 8 the whole time. What I was doing is I was just doing some level 10s, which allowed me to get to about, you know, I'd say 90,000 of them I've collected over the time, very passively, and just the ones that are nearby St. Anne there, because I got those to level 10, and I'd grab some of those and, you know, drop them off, and then, you know, buy this, that, or the other thing. Now, I've also had help from my crew as well, so we've been, you know, fighting together. We've been, you know, taking on forts together, taking out the monsters and taking out, you know, different convoys and all of that, and that's super fun as well. But if you do want to join me for Season 2, we're going to start that again in about 6-7 hours from now, whatever time it is your time. I'll be back again, so I'm going to be doing this first. As we're running around doing this. And I could have done this off stream, but I think it's kind of fun just to do one last run on the stream before we figure out how to automate all of this process over here. And we're going to run over this way. We're going to be right into the wind, but we're just going to use our... whatever boost we got, we're going to use. And so I'm looking forward to automating the process, though I'm not looking forward to defending 76 of these. I hope that's not a terrible, horrible grind. We'll see. Doing pretty much the same, though I'm not impartial. A bit of PvP, 1 minute. Yeah, I like me some PvP as well. I usually, though, just for the sake of time, I don't have time to, like, battle it out over the stuff. I'm just like, why battle it out when I can just go to another one and have a guaranteed have it? And that's what everybody else was doing, too. And I found it actually a little bit of intimidation is to just go to one right away when it comes up. And then most people aren't going to join that one because they're like, oh, someone's already got it. I'll just go get another one because I know I'm going to guarantee get this one. They're thinking the same thing I'm thinking. They're thinking, well, instead of sitting there battling out, I may lose and it comes out of 30 minutes of my time because, you know, it comes up every 30 minutes and then you're fighting for 5, 10, 15, 20 minutes. And then, you know, that's like almost an hour of your time kind of waiting for it to come up. And then battling it out to get it, and then you don't get it, and then you just wasted like an hour when you could have just guaranteed got one. That's how I look at it anyway. And that's how a lot of other people were doing it too. So they're trying to get as many, so they get a lot of upgrade parts, and so they get some world leases. Now, world leases means you get to pick anywhere you want in the world, and you get to get that manufacturing. Boom, right at the very beginning. And so I thought, well, at least I'll get like, you know, 2 or 3 of them. Because I had like 10 locations a couple weeks ago, everybody. Now I got all of them. And that's because every 30 minutes I would then try to get those locations. And it went way faster than I thought. I thought I was going to be way slower. Oh, look out, Blair and Fire coming in with 81 months of sub love. As long as you can be subbed, everybody. Show Blair and Fire some love in the chat for that massive support. Appreciate that greatly. We're in our final run here, everybody. Final run. And we're actually doing, I think this is the fastest run we've ever done. I think we're kicking butt on this run. Let's do it. Get that free loot as well. Oh, see, look. When I cut left, dude cuts left. Right in my way. I got this dude over here. La Peste is after me. I'm going to be pretty happy when there's no more La Peste. But, you know, we're going to have another protagonist, or actually 2 protagonists coming in Season 2. The twins. And again, we're going to talk all about that later on, everybody. We're going to do our Pieces of 8 run. We're going to spend some cash. I'm going to talk about how to convert your Piece of 8 back to silver if you need to. I would imagine, though, if you have like 20 million pieces of 8, you probably have a lot of silver. Or a lot of stuff backlogged. Me, I've been backlogging a bunch of stuff, too. Backlogging stuff so I can sell it for silver. And then also deliver things, because there's going to be some delivering quests. And quests where you need resources to do those quests and turn those resources in to the vendor. So every bit of resources, like you saw, I just picked that up. Every bit of resources that I can pick up, I've been picking up while I'm doing my Pieces of 8. And believe me, you end up with a lot of loot for sure. Let's see if we get the wind on our side. Yeah, wind's on our side here, everybody. All right, now we're cooking. We're going to go through this little bypass area here. Now, some of my factories are running off, and I'm not going to refund them because, again, we got like an hour and a half. We got an hour and a half to get this done. And I think we got it. This will take another few minutes here, and then we have a couple more runs. That's about 30 minutes, and then we'll have like an hour chat and spend our pieces of 8 and just run the clock all the way down, everybody. We're gonna close this sucker down. We're gonna close season 1 down. Now, some people come in and they're like, Kismet, you know, I like Sea of Thieves better. Sea of Thieves, why is this game not like Sea of Thieves? Well, you don't want to be Sea of Thieves. You already got Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves is a fantastic game. Go enjoy it. Why would you want 2 Sea of Thieves? That's dumb. I think you should have Sea of Thieves and enjoy that, and you can enjoy both, everybody. It's okay. You can like PC gaming, console gaming, and mobile gaming. You can like all of it. You don't have to like one or the other. You don't have to be so binary where it's like, oh, I can't like this because I like this other thing. That's ridiculous. This is a boat game. This is a boat trading pirate empire, kind of like a board game, but in beautiful 3D, by the way. Just absolutely gorgeous. On my machine, look at event. I don't want to be involved in any event. What am I looking at? Rogue Wave or what is it? I don't know. I don't know what it is, but I don't want to look at no event. I hope it's not a Rogue Wave. I'm not watching. All right. Oh, where's it at? Interact. There we go. This one's totally full. No, I don't want to do it. Don't want to do it. In fact, I don't want it to pop up in my face because it takes my time to hold down escape, and then I got to wait while I'm getting shot the whole time. Trying to get out of there. Trying to get out of that screen. All right. You can see I've got my run down. Now, of course, I've done this run. I don't know how many times now. 15, 20, 30 times. I don't know. It feels like 1,000. But again, this is very grindy, everybody. If you're not somebody like me who can just handle the grind, I'm the type of person who can grind out anything. I'm relentless. I will never give up. I always just go. I'll sit there and collect resources. You see me do it in games like Eco and 7 Days to Die, where I'll just sit and collect resources for 12 hours, or 16 hours, or 19 hours. I just on it. Just that's the production person in me, everybody. That's why I was so good at graphic design and so good at production, because I would just work for like 16, 20 hours straight, and I loved it, by the way. I love it just like I love collecting pieces of 8 right now, because I know that makes a big. Stop doing that. I know that makes a huge difference in my overall gameplay, and if you have the power to grind, everybody, you got some serious power right there. All right, we're gonna hit the lumber yard. And then we're going to stop by our main city over here and try to grab some water. And then get back out there and use our fast travel to get it going. So very, very fun. You got 800K in chip and hope don't get removed. Fingers crossed. Yes. If you have more than 300,000 pieces of 8, you should be spending them right now. Log in. Spend them now. Anything above 300,000 pieces of 8, they're going to be gone. Right? Because that's going to be the cap. That's the soft cap. So spend them now. What are you spending them on? Weapons, armor, things like that. Because you if you want to automate the process of your pieces of 8, you got 40 ships to equip. I'm not kidding. That's not a joke. That's how many you're going to have to do. If you want to automate them all, which I'm going to totally do, everybody. As well as you got upgrades and things like that. I did also read in the patch notes how you can get your ship upgrades. I'm also going to show you eventually when I get this run done. On how to convert your pieces of 8 back to silver the most efficient way, if you so desire. Now, I kind of feel like, ooh, look out. I kind of feel like it's not entirely worth it because you got to also factor in the time it takes to convert the silver into pieces of 8. Look at this guy, just like in my way here, guy. That's an NPC, by the way, not a player. Out my way, guy. I got to go. Oh, right into the wind, of course. All right, and I've got this kind of down where I collect a certain amount, drop it off, collect a certain amount, drop it off. I try to go the most efficient way I can find. And then this also allows me to stop. Look at this loot right here. Let's grab this loot on the way in, too. Boom, 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 boom. Grab all that loot. And then disembark. Let's see how much that is. And again, I'm already over 300,000 now. So that's going to be another... What was that? 13,000. I've already spent like 250,000 pieces of 8 buying a bunch of resources, which I'll show you that as well when we get to that. But let's go ahead and manage cargo. Let's get rid of any excess stuff here. Oh, this tells me I'm missing something. I'm missing my large water. But it's just convenient that we happen to be at the place in which we can buy the large waters. Every time you come to a dock or something like that, you should have extra silver on you where you can just literally pop in here and get these right here. Now, speaking of things that I should probably be doing, I could be converting my resources and stuff like that as well. So while I'm here, I'm going to go ahead and see how much time I got. Like an hour and a half left. So I'm going to try to convert as many of these as I can. I should have done that earlier, but oh well. Come on. Because this will give me cash for the thing. How much time we have? Any of these? No, we don't have any of those. So let's go ahead and convert these right there.
Happy dreaming.
Again, this is a good time to take a quick moment to get these queued so that I can do the next thing. All right, and then we'll go down here to St. Anne. Do the same thing. Now, normally I'd run in there and get the water, but again, we only have an hour and a half, so we got a boogie here. And then over here. Now, the thing I would convert is the thing that's going to let you spend it for silver. And I don't know if they're going to change the prices of this or whatever. Ooh, that's 1,300 right there. What do we got? We got 1625. I would do this gym. That's 2 hours. That's more time than it is. So right before it does it, I'm going to move those over and sell those. So it's also a smart idea right now is to backlog a bunch of silver in case they change the price and value of the items that you're going to sell to Skurlock and all of this. So I'm going to go to Skurlock right now and sell it. Just so I have that silver on me. So I'll have that on the reset as well. And I think we also got a supply reset, which we'll do after we're done doing our 8's run here. Again, we want to get this done within the next 30 minutes so we can do all this other stuff for the last hour. And I just left-click to skip all their dialogue, everybody. They talk way too much. Tab, and then I actually mute him. Then I go over here to, commodities. Then I'll also go by value, and you can see right here, 1,380 of these is 345,000 pieces of 8. And there we go. So we sold that. We'll come back and sell the other stuff for the other lady later, and we'll also sell the gin that we're converting later as well. So that gives me a lot of silver. Your silver is not going to reset. Now, I don't need to run back out to my ship or anything like that. I can just go ahead and jump to another location. You see I got all of those. Now I'm going to go, kind of feel like going right here, but let's just go right here. And we're going to go ahead and do this whole left side, and then we're going to circle down, drop that off, and then we're going to go do the other side, and then we shall be done. All right, and then again, check my ship, make sure I've got all my things. I do, with enough food and whatnot. I feel like a little bit more food ought to be good. We'll go provisions. I don't like to run out of food. Food is probably the most annoying thing to run out of because that's your stamina. Got it repaired, set sail. There we go. And again. Yes, keep some in your warehouse. Again, you don't know what's going to change because they didn't say, hey, guess what? If you, if you made a bunch of Gold Skull rum and you go to sell it to Skurlock now, it's not 250 anymore, it's 100. Right? So again, I don't trust anything, everybody. I know the best thing for me to do is to sell it and have it in silver and then have some of it, in there as a backup, but definitely have at least like 1 million or, as many as you want because it actually does count beyond 1 million. It just doesn't display it up in the corner. Because I've done it where I've gotten like a, 1.5 million just to test it. Of course, I could have lost 500,000 there. And then saw when I was spending it, did it go below the 999? It didn't. So it just kept going down and going down. And then eventually when I did spend beyond the million, it does know beyond 1 million. So you could backlog 50 million if you wanted to, and be styling and profiling for the new season. And my goal is to have 300,000, just below 300,000 pieces of 8. So I'm getting the max value of those into the next season. Have as much silver so I can fund those manufacturers right away. And then, of course, have as much upgrade parts and all of that stuff as well. And, wow, we got a tailwind right here. Nice. Let's go, baby. Oh, and here comes dude. He wants to get up in my business. Give him a couple shots. Oh, I thought I was going to get my front guns. Shoot him right in the sails. Bam. Sucker. Boom, boom. Oh, turn my sound back on. Sorry. Sometimes I don't even realize my sound's not on, but I usually play, if I'm playing offline, I'm usually playing without my sails. I'm playing without my sound on. These are the long 9's here from Skurlock, and they are awesome at destroying his sails. So I just wiped his sails out. So now he's screwed, basically, because this ship goes pretty fast. This is the Brigantine. The Brigantine goes up to 20 knots if you are lucky enough to have a tailwind. But I find wherever I put that yellow thing, that's the direction the wind's coming from. At least that's how it feels when you're playing. But, you know, wait 30 seconds and the wind should change. That's what they say. But I find that a lot of times it's pretty frustrating to go against the wind. But, you know, that actually happens in real life as well. But that's why I use my 15% sailing boost there to try to counteract a little bit of that slower into the wind stuff. You'll see me use a lot of it, by the way. I'm constantly buying that water just so I can make this run just that much faster. Now I'm going to go ahead and turn around, and you'll see it when I get about 3/4 of the way turned, then full speed right now, and then I can still turn, and then right when it's ready, there we go. We've perfectly lined ourselves up to be going in the opposite direction. And now we got a tailwind, so pretty sweet. Tailwind going back the other way. All right, and then again, we're going to go to this one. Now, I could go around the other side, but I'm not going to. I'm going to go this way to get a bit of a tailwind to get around onto the other side. And then again, we'll have another headwind when we get to the other side as well. Or the wind might have changed by then. Now, if you want to know where the wind is, by the way, that's this thing right here. It's telling me the wind is in the exact direction that I'm going, of course. And of course, wherever you see the fin, this side here, that's what you want to be in front of you, because that means that the wind is behind you, which is pushing your boat in the right direction. But as you can see, right into the wind again we go. And then I've got about 60-second cooldown on my stuff. And again, as I'm running along the shore, I'm just grabbing. As you see, I stay pretty close to the shore as I go. And I'm going up here to, wait, did I already get this one? Already got that one. Go to Praxo. And again, you see I'm slowing way down. That's because I've got a headwind. And then eventually in 30 seconds, I'll hit my boost, and then I'll go up to like 14 instead of 12. Now, my main ship that I use is actually the Snow, which is has 80,000 cargo because I collect a lot of loot. And even that I make overburdened. But one of the things that I typically will do is use that ship. And it only goes 13, so it doesn't go very fast. And then this one is really, you can see I'm kind of turning off the wind. It takes a lot of slowing against the wind. But when you got the wind on your side, it is incredibly, incredibly fast. Oh, somebody is attacking Praxo right now. That is, those guys are attacking Praxo. I don't want to be involved. Now, if somebody is raiding it, or if they're doing a takeover, if you're not part of the PvP takeover, by the way, and you don't have yourself PvP flagged, you can just run up, grab it, and run on the next thing. I've done it so many times now, where people are in the middle of fighting the fort, even the mega fort, Olsen. They're over there screwing around with that, or they're doing a takeover of that. I just roll up there, get my pieces of 8, and then just move on to the next thing. That's what I'm doing. But right now, that's actually an NPC taking that on. All right, and then again this way, on to the next one. Again, I'm looking, because you have time while you're sailing to figure out where you're going next. Again, we'll use our boost in about 15 seconds. And I'm trying to always kind of tack against the wind in such a way that I'm going to get the maximum speed. And you can also do a zigzag pattern, which they do in real life, everybody. They'll zigzag like this, like a Z formation, to tack against the wind. Because the wind's coming directly at you, man. You got to go at an angle of the wind and do it. You always got to keep your stamina up, too. Very important. And that's why I carry like 70 food around when I'm doing this run, because I'm going to press it 70 times in the running around of this. All right, and then we're going to use that last long boost that we have to really get us going here through this headwind. Again, we want to get this done hopefully within the next 30 minutes. We're going to give it a try. And then this will be our fastest run ever, everybody. It'll be just about 2 hours. Oh, this guy's going to be in my way, too. So I'm always watching what's going on next, where this guy's going down this tunnel here. And he's going to be in my way. And this is the toughest thing about the game, is these people are constantly in the way. And then when I try to go around him to the right, he'll try to go get in. Now, if I ram into that guy, what'll happen is it'll aggro all of them in this area. It's like they send out a signal that says, hey, look out, Kismet's coming this way. He ran into my ship. Try to shoot him, right? And I don't really want to sit here and try to battle off all of these things. Now, I could kill every single one of these ships. I could wipe them all out if I wanted to, and all of the towers and whatnot. I could definitely wipe them all out if I so desire, but that takes my time, and I don't want to do that. I just want to go get my loot. You know, they can have their own little private squabbles over there. I'm out of here. I'm on to the next location. Now, the next location is on the right, and then I'm going to go left into this one. So I'm actually going to tag the one after the one I'm going to do next. Now, it's a little dangerous to do that because sometimes you'll sail right past it, which I've done several times. I actually did it already today, where I didn't tag the next one, and I forgot, and I went past. But we'll try to remember. Oh, here comes a little one. Oh, see, this is really dangerous to shoot that thing real close to these guys. I'll wait till maybe he's out here and then blast him right there. Yes, all right. See, I didn't accidentally damage one of their ships. And then also I'm not going through... sometimes it doesn't... go. Sometimes it doesn't put my sails down fast enough, and then I end up ramming into the side. But such is the way it goes. Because you're constantly bringing your sails up and down. By the way, you don't have to hold anything. Once you get your sails going, you can just keep going. Which is vitally important to know that you don't have to hold down W. I found that because I play games like Fallout and other games like that, that I'm constantly holding down the W in the beginning of the game to, you know, make the ship go, which you don't need to. And that's also what was throwing me off, where my ship would suddenly lurch forward all the time. Because if you hold down W, it just makes the sails go all the way up all the time. And it does it. Then I had to like train myself to stop holding down W to go forward, because it's a sailing game. And not a running game where I'm, you know, playing Call of Duty or, you know, PUBG or Fallout or whatever. I don't have to hold down W. I just do it, and then it just sails its way. Now, of course, it has drift, just like a real boat. You know, if you try to set it going and then you go get yourself a drink or to come back, you're going to find yourself going off to the side. So you do have to manually keep it, you know, in the thing for all those people who would bot the game and stuff like that. I'm sure there's people out there doing that. I feel like when you cheat like that, you're not cheating the game, you're cheating yourself out of all the enjoyment you could have got out of it. I feel like if you take the challenge out, why even play the game? That makes no sense. Same thing in games like PUBG and Call of Duty and all of that. If you take the challenge out of there, why play the game? And if there are a whole bunch of people are cheating, why play the game also? Right? Because you know that even with your superior skills, not me, but maybe you. You're in there and you're kicking butt and you're grinding, you're playing totally legit, and a bunch of people are cheating, and then they're, you know, wall hacking you, and they can see right where you are, but you can't see where they are, and so on. It's really obvious sometimes, everybody, when you play games like that, because you can watch the kill cam and see that people shot you through the wall, or they're just watching your location. Of course, you're behind a building, and they just happen to know you're behind that building, and they're following you. It's really obvious, everybody. Really obvious. Don't cheat, everybody. Don't cheat. It just brings the whole game down and makes it unenjoyable, I find. And that's why a lot of times I won't play those modes. I won't play like Call of Duty or stuff like that because of all the cheaters. So it just encourages less people to be part of the community, and it sucks. Now, of course, it's your life, your life choices. It's up to you. But, hey, for me, no thank you. No, thank you, because I don't want to discourage people from playing. Like, great example also in Fallout, there's a mode that's kind of like a PUBG mode called Nuclear Winter. But, of course, people go in there and they cheat. So, you know, they're in there and they're able to kill you from forever away. You can't even see them. They just annihilate you. Or they have weapons that they're not supposed to have or whatnot. And they're just cheating. So it just makes the whole mode unplayable and unenjoyable. If you're trying to, you know, just have that competition, have that fun PvP, which I enjoy. I enjoy PvP. I don't enjoy griefing. Griefing is stupid and lame. This game has a little bit of griefing in it, where the supply person, you go get the supply person. Well, the supply person, if you kill the supply person, it gives you an additional 25%. Well, that encourages people to go kill the supply person, and that's fine. Unless you're the person who is not killing the supply person and is just trying to go over there to pick up your supplies and then run back and don't care about the extra 25% because you don't want to take out the vendor, so the next guy doesn't have to wait for 5 or 10 minutes for the vendor to come back because that's, you know, their precious game time. So the second I learned that about that vendor, everybody, I I didn't destroy the vendor anymore. And I refuse to. I refuse to kill the vendor. I don't care how much it gives you extra. I refuse to kill the vendor. Absolutely not. There we go. Hi, Kismet. Early stream. Yes, early stream because there's going to be a reset here of this. Where the heck is this one? There it is right there. There's going to be a reset in about an hour and 15 minutes. We're trying to cook through here and get these. We're almost done. We got this run. We're going to run that down. And then we got this run over here. I think we got about another 15 minutes of this. And then we'll be ready to spend some money, everybody. Spend some pieces of 8. It's going to be fun. Now, I'm going to show you what I bought so far to prepare for the next season. We're going to talk a bit about what's resetting and what's not resetting. And we're going to go through the patch notes for like the last hour here. And then after it kicks me off game. Now, I'm the type of person that will log out of the game and not let it kick me out of the game. Because, you know, I feel like I've played way too many games where if you wait till the very last second and it auto kicks you, especially like World of Warcraft back in the day, everybody. Oh my God! Do not be on the server when the server goes down. That was a bad experience. Then you come in and then all your stuff is screwed up, or you lose your items, or you know your game client is corrupted, or you know the one of 1,000 things that could happen if you're still on when that server kicks you. So I will probably like 5 minutes before I'll be like, peace out, and jump the heck out of there. That's for sure. But again, we want to just do one more run of our pieces of 8. That's what we're doing right now. Here comes Mr. Fancy Pants on the right here. Wants to get all up in my business. Hey, LePest. Screw you. And your mama. Yeah, come on, bro. Come on, you want to take me out? I'm in a ramming ship. That was a bad idea. There you go. Oh, look at this. That actually was a good tactic. Lock me so I can't get by. Of course, I'm bracing my way through. I forced my way through. Take this. You notice I'm shooting his sails. I shot his sails on purpose. I could kill him, everybody. I don't waste my time. I got to get my piece of 8 here. I could totally kill that dude, but again, you know, they're going to get a bunch of those while you're doing it. But the funniest thing to me, I think, is to just screw him over like that. And just knock out his sails, because now he just failed at his job. And now he has to go back to his boss, LePest, and tell him how come he lost me. He's got to go explain his failure. I think that's better than anything else. Look at that, everybody. I went from 39,000 to 6,108 in the whole entire season within a week. And that's some serious grinding, everybody. That's some serious get every single location, fund every single location, get your silver going, do those locations, and do the castles, right? And then my secret to doing it is using the power of time. What up, bro? Big love, big love. I just love that the community does that now, everybody. The people who are going by each other that are doing the grind, you just know he's doing the grind too. He's off to get his piece of 8. You know, sending the love to each other via fireworks, which I think is pretty cool. It's kind of like in Fallout 76, where when you run by somebody, you just do like a heart emote, or you wave at them or whatnot. A brilliant thing to add to the game, because again, it creates that community as well. All right, we're not going to bother to go get any more water. I think we're going to do enough. And there we go, everybody. Looking good. We got all of those. Now, again, I'm not going to fund those because, again, we got 1 hour left right there. So we got 1 hour to do this whole bit over here, and it's going to be no problem. Take about another 15 minutes. We got her done. Let's go. And then we're going to go on a spending spree. Let's do it. Again, I'm way over 300,000 right now. For sure. All right, fast travel, which I did. All right, looks good. Always like to double check. Got all my stuff. Do I have enough food, water, and other goodies? Yeah, good enough. And then set sail. And we got one more to go. On a side note, the premium edition of Skull and Bones is 50% off. Oh, here's your chance to get it on Season 2, everybody. Now, again, if you like boat games, remember, this is not Sea of Thieves. It's a totally different style of game, which I really love, everybody. Of course, I like Sea of Thieves as well. We played that the other day. It was a lot of fun, man. It's fun to go back and check in on it again. The only thing I don't like about Sea of Thieves is that it's PvP all the time. And so, you know, you're running around and you see somebody and you try to PvP them, and then you find out it's some 9-year-old kid who's been playing with his dad, and they spent the last 3 hours getting the chest. I feel bad, everybody. I feel bad. You know, I have, like, ethics. I don't like to screw people over. So I'm the type of person that would find out that it was a little kid and just go give him the chest back. I'm that guy. So that's the only part I don't like about it, is the kind of cutthroat PvP nature of it. I like the fact that you can do PvE stuff too, and there's a lot of other things you can do and collect and do all sorts of fun, so I don't want to bring it down too much. But that's the only thing I don't like about it, is that constant PvP that you always have to be worried about in the game. Now, there's different ways of playing the game too, so you can go in and try it out. Definitely a fun game. Now, I highly recommend this game. Now, this game is actually going to be free to play for like a week. I forgot to mention that at the top of the stream. So starting on the 28th, which is tomorrow, I think until the 30th. So all weekend. I forget what the other. We'll look it up, everybody. We'll look it up. You guys remind me to look it up when we get it going here. After we get this run done, we'll look it up when the free session's going to be. And you're like, Kismet, where can I get all this information? Well, I keep all this information on my Discord, everybody. So if you go over to discord.gg/Kismet, I know I got my own custom location there, my own custom URL for it. Feel free to go ahead and check that out on the Discord, because I pipe all the information over there. Plus, I take the time, so you don't have to. That's 2 hours you could be running around picking up your pieces of 8 instead of watching that terrible live stream they did. I feel bad for it, man. I'm in the fields, bro. When you have bad audio issues or whatnot, I feel bad, but still. I mean, they're like a multi-million, billion-dollar company. I think they should have their live streams down, I would think. They need some consulting. They can call me up, but I'm going to charge them, so there you go. And I'm also a Ubisoft partner as well. I do appreciate them, me as a partner, but I'm telling you, everybody, I'm telling you, you could read my thing, which would take you like 1 minute, or you can spend 2 hours of your time watching that dev stream and trying to understand what the heck they're saying. It took me 3 hours to watch a 2-hour live stream, because I had to keep going back and trying, what are they saying? Okay, they're saying that, okay, this is not resetting, this is resetting, and so on. And again, we'll talk all about that here in just a moment. Because we've got about an hour and 10 minutes to make it happen, Captain. We're going to try to do our Ford as well. So Rotisserie G, if you want to jump in here in about, I'd say about 30 minutes, we might go do some. Look at this guy. What up, dude? I'm gonna ram right into him. Boom! And hit them sails. And then watch this. Hit him with the front guns, and then hit his sails with the back guns, and then my side guns. He's too far. He's too far to get him there, but yeah, he's still screwed. So I'm out of there. But I got a tailwind, and I am using it to its full advantage. All right, where are we going to next? Right here at the Granby. This one is actually pretty hard. For a level 11, everybody, this sucker's pretty hard, because there's a lot of ships that come at you on this one. Best to hide over there on that side when you're doing it. And when you're trying to take it over as a manufactory, stay way out there, away from the forts. Then you don't have to fight the fort and all of the ships that are trying to wipe you out as well, because it aggroes every ship in the area. And sometimes you could have 12 to 15 ships on you, which I have. And I just kite them. I just go around, because I use my tanky snow ship, and I just kind of run around, whatnot. All right, let's see how many ships are going to be in these canals today. We got one on the right. Oh, we didn't have one on the right today. Wow, okay. Well, that was lucky. Still got a headwind, though, but well, we do what we got to do. Now, this is the one I go past the most, because usually when I'm going into, there's somebody in my way, and then there's a rogue trying to shoot at me, and I'm trying to dodge and get around all of them. And then I go past this one, I'm like, ah! Then I got to turn around and come back, and then the rogue is shooting me or whatnot. But I'm doing good for now. And I'm just going to use my boost to go against the wind here. I'm all out of, sadly, the 15%, but I can still use the 10%. So here we go. All we got to do is do this part right here. I'd say about another 5 or 6 of these. And then we're done. We're going to call that a season, everybody. We're going to call that an epic season. I feel like I was actually smart to wait till the end. Because it is way more time efficient. Yeah, turn left, people. There you go. Out the way. Big ship coming through. Make room. Now, they should have actually made this maritime law in the game where you're always supposed to break right. So if you have two ships coming at each other, you guys break like that. I've been trying to teach that to Rotisserie G, who apparently doesn't know his right from his left, and we keep running into each other. It's your other right. That's what I say to my kids all the time. I'm like, yeah, right, it's right there. It's right over there to your right. And then they'll go left, and I go, no, your other right. My kids are funny. Don't know how to, I don't know what they're teaching them in school, everybody, but don't know how to read a clock and don't know their right from left. I taught them that when they were little, everybody. I guess they forgot. 8 minutes. Yes. So if you want to jump in, Rotisserie G, and grab some fort quests before they reset in about an hour. Actually, it's about an hour they're going to reset. But if you want to grab some fort quests and whatnot, get it going. Yeah, it's not 8 minutes till the reset. It's an hour until the reset, if that's what you're saying. It is an hour. 1 hour over here. You can see it says right here in the corner. 1 hour. 1 hour, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, for me anyway. And then it's 2 a.m. Universal Time. For all you universal people out there in Europe and Asia, thank you for watching the stream. I appreciate you all hanging out. I'm in North America, a.k.a. America. Over here, where we are usually like a day behind you all. Especially when games roll out or updates come out, right? So for us, it's 10 p.m. At night. And then for you guys, it's like 2 o'clock in the morning. And then for some of you, it's like 6 o'clock in the morning, or it's like 12 noon. You guys are like really far ahead in the day as well. And I'm just trying to finish up one last run of my piece 8, and I think I've timed this perfectly. I think we're going to get this in 2 hours, everybody. This is going to be our fastest pieces of 8 run. I've tried to optimize it. I started at about 3 hours, and then I cut the 3 hours down to 2.5 hours. And now I've cut it down to about 2 hours of running. So again, that's like my big goal, is to save myself time. Move to the side, guy. Big ship coming through. Use that boost. Oh, right into the wind. Come on. Ooh, free loot on the ground there. Free loot. I'm all about that free loot. Grab it. This is how I backlog so much loot. Because at some point, everybody, at multiple times, I have sold all of my resources, every bit of them, and sold every single one to try to fund my stuff before I realized what I should be doing is working very heavy on my supply quests. Get all that free stuff back there. I should be working very, very heavy on my supply quests and getting lots of poppies and sugarcane and stuff of that nature. And then also, while I'm picking up my pieces of 8, collect all these little resources I run around. And then I'll go convert them all, and then I'll make ships. And then in the next season, I'm going to automate those ships to go do this whole part for me. Because you won't have to do this in the next season, everybody. I mean, I hope you still can do it if you choose to do it. But they're going to have a whole system called the fleet management, which we'll talk about here in a minute. Ooh, it's going to be close. Well, okay, that was pretty good. All right, slow down and turn sharp. Again, it's okay if you bounce off the sides, everybody. Sometimes it actually speeds you up a little bit. Heavy wind right in my way. Right into that wind. Let's go. And you can see there's another guy out here doing his pieces of 8. Right here. This dude's doing his piece of 8. I'm going to go left and show this guy some love right there. Big love, brother. Big love. Hey, look, he did his too. He's got a bunch of little hearts. That's cool. See, that's what I love about a community, everybody. I went to the left for him so he could stay to the right. Whoa, look out. Ooh, mama. I went right through my brace there, too. So he could go that way and make his way around without me being in his way, because otherwise I would have came and been right in his way. I'm out of here. See, look, sometimes I use the ships as shields, so he shoots at those ships instead of me. I'm out of here. Oh, look out. Oh, God, I turned right into it. Ooh, mama. That's okay. I got like 150,000 of those. At least it feels like it. I got a lot of heal things, everybody. I could use a ton of them. And then there's a rogue over there who wants to get up in my business, but I'm gone, everybody. I'm gone. Look at that, 20 knots, everybody. We got a tailwind to finish this off in our final Pieces of 8 run here for Season 1. Very excited about it. And we're going to get this done. We're going to get this done within the next few minutes, especially with a tailwind. Let's do it. I can jump in and see if you can. Yeah, try to get yourself some Fort Deleuze. See if you got any of that. We might do that real quick. Maybe a little bit of extra cash for Season 2. We'll get that going. And then I'm going to collect all of my stuff just in case something gets messed up with my conversion because I'm not going to have my upgrades anymore. So you definitely want to grab anything that you're converting, anything that you're doing in the refinery as well. Like if you're converting a bunch of metal ignites or whatever, you'll want to pull that out of there. You don't want anything running when it resets because you can come back in and then you don't have your upgrade for making Gold Skull rum or Gold Skull gin, and then it just you lose it. So I don't want to lose anything I don't have to. Oh, 1 hour warning, everybody. 1 hour warning it's giving me right there. And also, that's normally the time that I get up and get ready. Yeah, there it is. 1 hour warning right there. We got this. We got this, everybody. Now, again, my goal here on this particular stream, start early, run around for a few hours. I was hoping it wasn't going to be 3 hours, but it's right about 2 hours. And we're going to get every piece of 8, and then we're going to spend it, and we're going to talk about Season 2, talk about the patch notes, talk about what you get to keep and what you need to get rid of. I would just, at this point, if you're in game, I would spend anything above 300,000 on future upgrades of ships that you're going to do. Like you're going to make a bunch of, you're going to make like 40 ships, and those 40 ships are going to go and collect you a bunch of resources, right? Plus, you're going to want your ships too that you're going to use, right, for whatever you're doing. For me, I like to have different ships for different reasons. This particular ship I call the Super Looter. Its job is to run around and get me loot, everybody. It's a great ramming ship. You can use it for that as well. But I prefer my nice tanky ship so I can take a lot of hits. I don't think I'm going to die every 5 seconds. And I very rarely die. Now, also, you want at least one person to be the tanky person when you are doing a takeover in case somebody else dies and then you lose the takeover or you lose, not takeover, but you lose the plundering. So you want someone to be alive to keep the plundering going. While the other people run back in. I do the same thing in 7 Days to Die and in games. Ah, God, here we go. I'm out of here, bro. I'm out of here with a nice tailwind. Yeah, you're catching me now. And so what I'll do, like in Fallout 76, is I'll be the tank. And so I can take a lot of damage. And then the people who are doing high DPS, normally they're in a set called the Bloodied set, where they, you know, when they're really low health, they do a massive amount of damage. But, of course, it comes with the caveat of, you know, you're a glass cannon. So what happens sometimes you'll get critical from a mob and you'll die. And then you need somebody like me to run over there and res you. And I don't mind. I like playing the healer class, everybody. It is the class that gets the least respect and the least love, I find. I always give lots of love to the healers out there because it ain't an easy job, everybody. It ain't like, you know, being a DPS where you're just going 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 all the time. You're going, oh, I got to heal this one. Oh, I got to heal this guy first, then this guy. Oh, the tank's getting low. Well, this guy's going to die because I got to keep the tank up. Believe me, I've done a lot of 40-man raids, everybody. I've done a lot of that where the whole thing is on me. If anybody dies, that's it. You're going to die and the tank's going to live. Oh, pick it up. Here comes Rotisserie G. Here he comes. And this is it, everybody. This is it. This is the last moment. We have went and looted all of that. And we have turned 30,000 pieces of 8 in the last couple weeks into over 600,000 pieces of 8. And that is what you do when you're a gaming tycoon like me, or a pirate tycoon in this case. All right, piece of 8 secure. There's another 10 grand of pieces of 8. Now, let's run in here, and we're going to talk about Season 2 for the next hour and until it says, too bad, too sad, Kismet, out you go. All right, and then we're going to take a break. I'll just shut the stream off. We'll wait about 5 hours or so. I'll wait about 4 hours, and then I'll check about 4 hours in. But there we go. Now, we want to, while we're here also, we want to go ahead and sell off. Oh, wait, we should go in and check our conversion first. Let's go see what's converted. Now, again, probably like 15 minutes before the end, I'm just going to take everything out of the laboratory, everything out of the distillery, and try to sell it or at least have it in my inventory. Because, look, that's got 37 minutes left. That's perfect. I'm not going to do any more refining after that. I'll just let that run down. Then we'll also go check. By the way, if you notice, I went and grabbed a bunch of water there. I'm not going to fund any more. I'm not going to get any more pieces of 8. That's it. That's enough. We good. Ah, there's the rotisserie G right there. Oh, somebody looks like him. That was Assassin. I don't know who that guy is. Then I'm going to go over here, and I'm going to go to the distillery and see how we're doing over here. Yes. All right, looks good, looks good. All right, yeah, it's got an hour and 41 minutes, so I don't know if I'm going to lose all that, or that will just stop, or it'll be there when I come back again. We'll find out, won't we? We're going to find out. Look at that, I just moved up to 139 out of everybody this week. All right, we still got our deals to do. I say we do those real quick. We're going to do our supply deal, roving, and then supply deal like this. Now, I like to do as many of these as I can, but sometimes it gets bugged out, so I kind of leave 2 at the end. And then the first thing I do is the normal supply deal. I was doing it the other way, where I was doing the roving one first, but I'm going to do the normal supply deal, which is way up here at the Lost City of Prey. Now, the reason why I'm going to do that is so I can do those 2 and then clear those slots and then get the other ones instead. And then I track it so I can find out where I'm going. I guess I could just cut that way, but I'll go this way. It's fine. I'll go this way. And then I got to run to the NPC and turn these in. Now, I suggest to do these first if you're just starting the game. When you get to the point in the main storyline, it's going to give you these helm quests where you can go and buy supplies. And so you're going to need some cash, so build up a little bit of cash. And then run over here to this helm liaison guy. And then buy yourself some sugarcane or whatever it is he's giving you options for. Now, I can also get more quests from him. See, and now I turn those 2 in. Now I can get more quests because he's also a quest giver at the same time. And there we go. So we got that done. Then I'm going to go ahead and go to my roving quests and hope there's no a-holes out here. We'll see. Never know. We'll see. And you're like, what do you mean, Kismet? Oh, you'll see here in a second. Manage cargo. Make sure to get rid of all your extra cargo, or you could be overburdened when you go out there, and then you're going to have a really slow time back. I've done it a few times. Not too many times, but I've done it enough times to check it every time before I sail. And there we go. Now I'm looking to see if I have a tailwind. If I do have a tailwind, then I'll use my small boost, my 10% boost, and try to go out here. And then I look around to see if anybody else is out here. Now, I don't mind if people blow up the ship, right? They blow up the supply ship. They get that extra 25%. More power to you. But don't blow it up while I'm running out there to grab it, because that's an a-hole thing to do. It's a very, competitive thing. Oh, well, this guy's going to run out here, and he's going to shoot it first. I'm going to shoot it at him. That's kind of an a-hole thing to do. That's some people's mindset, everybody. Or they're doing it to troll you, to be a griefer, right? It's also called harassment by it. They're just doing it to you all the time. That's called harassment, and you should report that. But if they're just doing it to get the rewards, I understand. But here's what you do. First, you check and see if the person's going to shoot at it first. If I'm not shooting at it, then you wait for me to shoot it, and the second I shoot it, then you shoot it. There's no excuse to be shooting that thing ahead of when players are trying to go out there. You can give yourself that excuse, but I don't take it in any way whatsoever, because I could shoot it as well. Like right now, I could kill that and get a 25% extra. But I know that in a minute, someone else is going to appear over here, and they're going to want to do their supply quest, and they're going to have to wait for 5 or 10 minutes until you got that. Oh, I'm in mod chat. Sorry. I forgot. There we go. I'm over now. There we go. And so I just think that's a jerk thing to do. So I refuse to do it. I also get these little star charts on the way back. I don't know. It just gives me something to do on the way back. There we go. Those are actually worth silver. You can turn those in as well and get some silver from those. Okay. And again, I try to get all the cash I can get. And then I'm going to put this away. Now, here's another great trick, by the way. If you weren't able to do all of your runs, say you got a bunch of fort quests and you want to save those and you want to do your run, You want to run up here. Oh, and we got lucked out. We got the overseas smuggler. See, the smuggler is also an NPC that you can get quests from. So we can look and see if we have any more supply opportunities. If we did, we could get those and then we could run out again or save them until the next time. Now we got Praxo. What else we got? Dudester. Okay, I'm not going to do any of those. I've got a couple for the blah, 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 blah one. And we're going to do that one next. All right, so we got that done. It's all golden. You know what I do also when I run in here? I do a solid to everybody else who's going to do their supply run in the last, 40 minutes of the game. I'm going to go up here and I'm going to do this boost. It only lasts for about 20 minutes. But anybody who's going to show up and do their supply run is going to get that stamina boost. And it doesn't cost you anything. It just costs you a little bit of your time to hit that every time I go through there. If I remember. Okay, so now, before we do this fort, I need to go and talk to the main NPCs to backlog as much silver as possible. So I don't want to spend any more silver on anything. We're also going to talk about how to take your pieces of 8 and efficiently sell them or buy items so that you can trade those items. Now, I'm at the main larger city, Telok. That's what I call it anyway. I don't know how to actually say it. But we're going to run to the main lady up here, and we're going to talk to her. Look at this dude just standing right there. Out the way, dude! Out the way, I got to talk to the lady. Rama is her name. Oh, look, I remembered her name. Now, I just left-click to skip all their dialogue, and I often will mute them because they'll just talk to me the whole time while I'm trying to sell stuff to them. All right, so we're going to go to commodities. We're going to say by value, total, and then value item. So sometimes you got to switch it so it brings it to the top. Right here, you can see that's worth 250. So I took the raw, like, tobacco leaves. I converted them into the middle area snuff. I forget what it's called, white snuff or something like that. And then you make it into silver stuff. And silver snuff is the stuff that's worth a lot. That stuff with 250 of them is worth 100 grand. That's 100,000 silver right there, everybody. Just so I went and I picked it up and converted it and bada bing, bada boom. Now, if it doesn't say 250, don't sell it. Don't sell it. Save all this stuff for next season. You're going to need a bunch of this stuff for turning stuff in and getting world leases and local leases and stuff for your factories and all that. I would not get rid of any of your commodities, any of that stuff. All of that stuff is part of the new season and the new thing you want to do. Now, the next thing I want to do, and actually I'll just do it over at St. Anne over here because that NPC is right there. We're going to go to St. Anne over here. And we're going to go ahead and convert, take some of our rum or gin or whatever we have, and we're going to sell that. Now, I'm going to sell it now, and I'm also going to sell it like in about 30 minutes when all of this stuff finishes running so that I make sure that I have a lot of silver to start Season 2. Because we're going to be burning up silver like nobody's business, everybody. And this is Skurlock. This is your first NPC that you usually talk to. Commodity. Oop, I got to hit tab first. Commodities, there we go. So we got 259 of our gin. That's 64 grand there. Sometimes this is out of order as well. So I'll go total and then I'll go item just to make sure that it does resort it by the highest value individual item, this highest single item, or you can do by stack weight or stack value, which is basically value total. The one that's worth the most is this one where I have 568 of those worth 34,000. Now, I would not sell any of that stuff now. Again, you're going to be using that stuff later. Now, if you're really hurting for cash and you need some startup cash, then you can sell it to get some startup cash and then do your supply runs. Now, I don't know if all these supply runs are going to change and be different. We'll find out, won't we? I'm going to go back in here and check the distillery. Let's see if I got this stuff out of here. There's only 65. All right, there's only 65 in there, so we're going to let those run. If there was like 1,000 in there, I would take them out and then sell them. But I also want to save some that are like that to see if they're still worth 250 after the update. Again, they could be changing all that stuff. I don't know. They didn't say. So we're going to find out, aren't we? We're going to find out in about 6 hours from now. Now, look at that, everybody. Woo, mama. That was a whole lot of work, everybody. That was a lot of work. But look at this. We're at 373,000. Now, let's talk about what to buy in the last 45 minutes of the game before you can't do anything, right? If you've got more than 300,000 pieces of 8, you should be buying some serious stuff. Now, if you have like 20 million pieces of 8 and you're like, Kismet, how can I go in and efficiently take my pieces of 8 and buy stuff with it and then sell that stuff to get your silver back. Well, what I did, everybody, off stream, I went in and I went into my settlement overseer here where I keep all of my information, by the way. You guys are welcome to check that out. I'll throw that in the chat for you, and I'll show you why. Boom, right there. There you go. This right here, I keep all of my notes for certain games. Like in this case, we have Skull and Bones, and I'm a hardcore player, everybody. I'm not your average Joe. I am the type of person who will go into every single vendor in the game and actually make a note of everything that they have. It's still going, everybody. Still going. So that's what I was doing instead of doing my manufacturers. As well as it will talk about how much each item is, what the value of each commodity is in each location, and so on. There we go, up here. And so on and so forth. So you're welcome to check that out, copy paste it, use it for yourself. Can't modify mine, but you can if you're looking for screw mechanisms. Well, guess what? It's a Kelwar chamber. It's on the officer NPC right there. There you go. You're welcome. That was a lot of hard work by me, but I do a lot of stuff for my community. So what I thought first was, let me go to the bottom here because I made it way here at the bottom, right here. And I just did this earlier today, by the way. A little bit less big. Okay, there we go. So what I did is I went in and let me put those as headers. I went in and I said, okay, what's the name of the item? And I took a sample of different types of items like armor, weapons, furniture, raw resources, rare resources or commodities. And I looked at the cost of the pieces of 8. Then how much it costs and how much the value is if you sell it for silver. So say you buy the game Kobe number 2, right? I'm going to show you where that is in here. So if we buy this armor, which is one of the most expensive armors, is 2,400, or Gamba Cody. Gamba Cody cost me 2,400 pieces of 8. Now if I turn around and sell that for silver, and actually we'll go to ship equipment. If I sell that for silver, it's worth a lot. It's worth $1,350, right? But it cost me 2,500 pieces of 8, and it's worth $1,350. So that's about 50% of the value of your pieces of 8. Now, your pieces of 8 are way more valuable than your silver because it took a long time to generate those pieces of 8. So your time factor means that it's like 10 times the value. So it's worth really $25,000 if you think about it, or $100,000, $250,000 because of your time, right? The time it took to process it. But if you do want to convert it back, I went through and I tried a bunch of different things. And to make a long story short, I basically found that the best return on your investment, and that's your ROI right here in this category. I'll make that even bigger for you mobile peeps there. There we go. And so the return on investment on the one I just showed you is like 53%, right? So half of the value, 2,500, you get 1,300, right? So about half the value. And then this one's 0.8, which is even worse. This one's 0.6, which is a little better. But the one I found is actually the cheapest one. The cheapest one that you can buy is 50 ironwood and 50 juniper, or really any of the raw resources, because you can take those and resell those, right? So if you go in and you're like, hey, I want to, get some silver out of this as well, because I need a little silver to get my, funding going for next season. Like right now, I could do it. You want to buy this one, buy these raw resources here. Like say right here, this one, East Indies, 50 ironwood. Any of these they cost 100 pieces of 8, and then you sell them for 100 silver. So it's a 1-to-1, it's a 100% ratio. Now, of course, the value of your pieces of silver are way less than your pieces of 8. So it's more like 25,000 or say 10,000 to 1,000 ratio. Again, you got to factor in that time cost. But if you're like, I don't care, I just want to take 1,000,000 pieces of 8 and turn 1,000,000 pieces of 8 into 1,000,000 silver, well, bada bing, bada boom, everybody. You're welcome. I just saved you a lot of time. Like, it took me like several hours to go in and figure that out because I did a whole bunch of different ones. And I just kind of shrunk it down to just a sample of each type. And then once I found out that the wood is actually the best thing, or any of these resources, by the way, because they're all worth 1 when you sell them, right? There is one, the green planks, that are worth 2, but you don't sell the green planks. Otherwise, I would be buying the green planks for 100 and then selling them for 200, right? Then you're doubling your profit, 200% value. But they're not in there because I look for them, everybody. I totally look for them. I also tried the commodities right here. Where you get your wood tar and your cogwheel and your casting sand and your lime, but it costs 250. I'll move over here a little bit. it costs 250 pieces of 8, and the value of all of those things is like 180, right? So it's not quite as much as the thing. So it's not a 100% return on your value. So the best thing that I've found is these. And I've tried all of these up here. Those, you'd think rare resources or legendary level resources would be worth more in the ratio. But you can see that if I go to Worm's Breath here, it costs me 1,500 pieces of 8. The silver value is 250, which means that it's a 0.17 return. That means like you get 20% of the value of your thing. So you're losing that 80% value if you're trying to convert it back to silver. So if that's something you're interested in, if you have a bunch of pieces of 8 right now, and you're like, Kismet, I would rather have the silver so I can fund my manufactories, there you go. Kismet going above and beyond for all of you in the chat. Now, me, I'm going to be buying a ton of guns. I will buy a ton of guns for these 40 ships I'm going to do, and I love these Skurlock Chasers. They're pretty easy, and I consider them pretty cheap for a level 60 item. So what I'm going to do is buy basically like 80,000 worth of them, right? So there's like a really weird thing going on with this thing right here, so I'm going to try to do it without it screwing me over here, but we'll see. Right there. All right, so 81 of those. Now, do I need 81 of those? Well, let's find out. Let's do the math. Now, on your ship, your larger ships, you typically have 4 guns around the outside, and then you have your center gun, right? Your center gun is like a mortar or something like that, so we probably need to buy some mortars, too. But your other guns can be cannonballs or whatever, because those are cheap, and whatnot. So typically, you'd have 1 in the front, 1 on the side, 1 on each side, and 1 in the back. So you have 4, right? So 4 times 40, because you're going to have 40 ships, is a lot. Everybody has a lot. So we'll ask Suri what that is. Hey, Suri, what's 4 times 40? It's 160. That's 160 guns, everybody. Now, I already have 40. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to go half into Skurlock Chasers. And then I'm going to go, see, this interface is broken. I'm going to go half into Skurlock Chasers. So I'm going to buy 41 more, because I already have 40. And there we go. Now I've got 80 of those. And that, look at I still got over 300,000. So we got to spend some more. Now, I feel like the next thing I want to do is buy some things. Now, I got to watch out. I'm not paying sovereigns, by the way. Buy some of these that are higher level mortars that I can put on there in the center part, or I could buy a bunch of rockets, whatever is going to make it where I can gear it up. Now, of course, I'm going to get more pieces of 8 in the new season. Right here, this is 33, this is 40, this is rocket level 2. Really want the higher level rockets. Actually, we should go like this into ship equipment. There we go. Then value of the highest value items here. You can see that some of the highest value are water tanks, war drums. But I went in and said, oh, well, okay, these cost 2,500. I take a war drum and sell it for silver. How much is it worth? 273, everybody. That is a 0.11 return on your investment. That means 90% of the value you lose, even if you're trying to go 1-to-1 on silver, which is not the right rate, everybody. It's more like, it should be like 10-to-1, because the value of your time of converting those pieces of 8 from your silver is crazy. Yeah, so totally want to make sure that you are spending anything above there. Now, I also found that I need a lot of these, so I bought like 40 of those for my ships. Now, I can always sell it back to the vendor and earn more pieces of 8 and all of that stuff. But I kind of feel like, again, I need some stuff like this, some bombards. This one's 82. That's a really good bombard. Let's go double check, though, what we can use in the center of our ships. So I'm going to go to my thing. I'm going to go manage ship. We're going to go to weapons. And again, you can see on the side here, I have the bow, I have the port, which is the left and the right, or right and left, depending on how you look at it. Starboard, the bow, which is the front, the port, which is the left, the starboard, which is right, and then the stern, which is back. So that's 4 different guns there. And then here in the artillery, I can use my Le Fou, which you can see I bought a bunch of those to throw in there. So I have a bunch of those. I have this one. Now, these Le Fous are 58s. This one right here is a 52. This one's 52. I thought I had one of those mama ones, but apparently I don't, which is great. I'll buy a bunch of them. But again, you go up to level 13. Now, as I roll over these, in the bottom right corner over there, you can see that it actually affects the level of my ship. I don't know if you can see. It's very subtle. See it go down right there? Down and up, depending on which one I choose. So you can actually get to the point where you drop from level 12 into a level 11, and then you're taking more damage. That's another thing they're doing, by the way, is they're adding more damage to a lot of different things. So watch out when you go to do forts afterwards. And then you also take on enemies that were super easy before, but now they're going to be harder. So keep in mind to test the waters first. So again, I want to get my ships up to level 13, because in the new one, you can get up to 13. I did see that in the patch notes. And again, we'll go through all the patch notes here when we run out of time in about 30 minutes. So again, we want to think about what we got. So I have a bunch of these, so I'm definitely going to try these out on my ships and then also do that. But you can see that it's a 54 upgrade, where if we go in here and we talk to the lady and we see what it is over here, we'll go open the black market. We'll go ahead and say ship equipment. And then we'll go look at that mortar again, wherever it went off to. Where'd you go, little mortar? Le Fleu. Where'd you go, mama? All right, hold on. Let's do by value. There it is. Nope, that's not it. Where is it? I know it's in there somewhere. Repair bombard number 2. Now, of course, you can craft stuff too, everybody. I have a lot. There it is. Monmax. So that's 82 right there as a bombard. So I'm going to go ahead and buy that for 1,500, and then I'm going to see how well it boosts my ship versus what I've got right now. So I'll go manage ship, weapons. I'm going to go here to the auxiliary, and then I'm going to see if it shows up in here first. Yes. Where is it? Leopold, repair mortar. Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't show up because these are mortars and not bombards. See, I'm glad I looked at it before I shot it. Now I'm gonna use the bombard in another thing. I could use it over here, in the other thing. I thought I already had some. Look at all these ones I got extra, everybody. My cannonades I really like. Where is my mom Martha go? Again, that's why I only bought one first. You buy one. Look at all these Skurlock chasers I have. I got a lot of those, everybody. I got a lot of those. I don't even know where it went. Did it not go in here? Hold on. Let's just be real diligent here. No idea why that's not showing up. I thought it was a bombard. Maybe it's the type of ship. Hold on. Let me change my ship to my snow. I'm just going blind, everybody. I know it's in there because I just bought it. Oh, wait. Let me go look and see if it's in my inventory. Oh. Mons Meg right there. All right. Let me put it in the warehouse. Then let me go ahead and manage my ship. Again, I always double check stuff first before I buy 50 of them. Yeah, it doesn't go in there. Now again, I could also use it. There it is. Yes. So it can't, it's not a middle one, right? So this is a, we hit V. This is a bombard. But you can see in here, these are mortars, right? These are all mortars. So you can only do mortars and rockets in your, that's what I was trying to show you. It took a long time to make that work, everybody. These are mortars and rockets, and those are the only things you can use in your auxiliary slot, right? And then I think catapult, I think, is the other thing. I don't think I have any catapults. Do I have some catapults? I think I do. Catapult's the other item that you can get. Yes. And catapults you can only use in your weapon slots and not in your auxiliary because they don't show up, as you saw, right? So your bombards and your other thing just went out of my head. I'm trying to keep it all straight in my head, everybody. Believe me, with sleep apnea, it ain't easy. Your torpedoes, your ballistas, that's the name of it. Your ballistas cannot go in here, right? So these are our torpedoes, our bombards. I don't think ballistas go in there. You know what? Yeah, ballistas here. They go in the bow. Yeah, ballistas in the bow only. So what we need is we need some mortars, and that's why I bought all these other mortars But I can also use those bombards on ships as well. So those are good upgrades for my main ship as well. But if you go in and look at it, I'll go and I wanted to show you the upgraded too. So if you go look at this particular thing, now Skurloks right here are 60, right? So they're going to give me a 60 boost. And if I go find this bombard, if I'm just trying to get the thing that gives me the biggest boost, I can find them. Jeez, these are really hard to find. There we go. You can see that it actually goes down. That's what's really wild, everybody. Even though it's 82, it's actually going down on that particular slot. What I have right now is my cannonade. My cannonades are 125. So those give me like a massive boost. Your cannonades are the thing that you unlock, or carronade, are unlock as part of the season. As part of the actual season of the thing. So those are 125. So those are really nice. So I'm keeping those on my ship and using those other ones I just bought on the other ships as well. I love the cannonades because the cannonades or carronades, they shoot like in groups. And they cause severe damage when the target is flooded. So you use a flooding weapon on them, and then you zap them with the cannonade, and they get owned. And then they also refresh really fast, so their fire rate is 0.20. So it just like, and then you're like, bam, shoot them again with a whole bunch of cannonballs. So I love the carronades. I think those are pretty awesome side weapons. I keep them on the side of my ships so I can shoot them on either side, and then I have my long guns on the front and the back. Which works pretty good. All right, that's what I'm trying to explain. Okay, I got that out. Whew. That was a lot of keeping my brain straight after not getting enough sleep for the last couple days. 30 minutes. 30 minutes. All right, so what do we need to do, everybody? We need to buy some more mortars or rockets. What do we feel like buying? I don't know. I feel like buying more mortars. Maybe some repair mortars so they can run around behind me and repair me. That would be awesome. But that's not a thing, everybody. That's not a thing. All right, we got to talk to the lady. We got to spend these pieces of 8. We got 30 minutes to spend these pieces of 8. Let's do it. What do we got? We got 30,000 pieces of 8 left. So we got to do ship equipment. Now, again, they themselves suggested that if you do have more than 300,000, to buy a bunch of upgrades for future ships that you're going to have to equip, right? That, I think, is the better use of your pieces of 8. So instead of turning it into silver and then have to refund your foundries again or your factories again, and then use those pieces of 8 to get your guns, I say just get the guns. All right, mortars. Now, this actually costs sovereign, so I'm not going to get that one. But this one's 58. This one's 30. This one's 33. So the best one in here is this one, mortar 2, but it ain't that great. Rotisserie G is dropped. I don't blame him. These are bombards, and that's 82 there. I wonder if we can do it by... I mean, it does by value, but it doesn't do it by rating. I feel like it would be better if it did it by rating, because you'd want to have this, you know, where you could get the highest rating, so you can have your ship at the highest level, right? Because this is 82 right here, and these are 1,500, just as much as some of these other ones. Sup? 7 retweets. Yes, we'll get that going here in a second after I figure out what I want to do here. So again, for me, I want to have certain ships that I can use. But for my ships that are just going to go collect stuff, I just want to have the highest rated item on them that I can get, like these Zamas over here. Those are actually even better than Skurlock Chasers because these are 60 and these are 82. So maybe I want to get some Zamas, but we want to get some mortars. So that mortar is 33. This one is 40. And I could always just make them too, everybody. That's the thing. I could just make them. I have plenty of guns, I think. I'm a little tempted to get these Zamas. Or the ballistic. A little tempted to get those. Maybe put some flames on there too. Those are fun. But again, is the ship actually going to sail the sea? Am I going to see my ships sailing around fighting other mobs? I don't know. All I know is that you got to get its rating up really high. That's the most important thing. I think I'm going to go with the mortar, or maybe rockets. Rockets is always a good thing. This is 12,000 here. I can make a rocket 3 for him though. See, that's the thing. Maybe I should go with furniture. How much furniture did I buy? Let's go see. Ship equipment. So I bought how much furniture? A good amount. Oh, I bought 42 war drums. Yeah, so they got plenty of furniture there. Maybe more furniture would be the way to go. Again, I'm always evaluating and reevaluating what you get. Those are 50. But you're going to need a lot of furniture too, especially on your big ships. Like if you go out and look at the ship, you're going to need to manage ship. Go to your furniture, and you're going to need 4 furniture per ship, right? And of course, you want to have your legendary ones, and then these ones you want to have, because you only have one legendary level 1 on there. I usually put it the first one here. I got rope locker, which makes it go 300% faster if I'm at full stamina, which really helps you zip out of those mortars that are going to try to hit you. Helps a lot. But I got a lot of them in there. You can see I got a lot of war drums. I just pick war drum randomly because it's like stamina depletion. But I'm gonna need a lot of lower level ones, which I can just craft, and I have enough for 40 different ships here, so that's enough for the major furniture. But the minor furniture, I can just craft that stuff. Yeah, I can just craft that stuff. And see, I can't put any of this in there, only this stuff. I can just craft that. Yeah, I kind of feel like it's the auxiliary slot that I really need. All right, we got to make some choices, everybody. We got to make some choices. Again, spend it now, man. Time's out. Time's done. It's game over on season 1. Spend it, spend it, spend it. All right, I feel like I'm just going to buy the highest level items right here. I'm going to go ship equipment again by value. Again, I wish I did it by rating. By rating would be awesome. I already bought a bunch of these, so I have like 40 of these things to put on there, 40 war drums. So they've got the major furniture covered. I've got all the armor covered. I almost have all the guns covered. Again, this is a 60 gun, and these are 82s. Do I have some guns that are more than 82? I would think so. Yeah. I go get me more cannonades. I got to remember where I got those cannonades, by the way. Other than in the season. Got them for the season, but I think I can make them as well. Zasma 3 is 110. Man, what to buy? Should I just buy resources? There's a good question. A little bit of all the resources. Yeah, I feel like I can make all the rest of the stuff. Let's go resources. Let's see. Oh, God, the interface is really screwed up today. See, I can't do the thing. Like all messed up. Oh, see, it goes away before I can do anything. Let's go over here. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, interface is like massively messed up. All right, I'm going to try to fix that by going out of the main menu and logging back in again. It's going to cost me some time, but again, we got 25 minutes. Do you have many of the rogue mats? The first 3 items needed for high-end ships weapons. I do have a bunch of that, but also, by the way, I have the ability to generate a lot of pieces of 8. And that's because I've already got every single one in this season, and we're going to talk about that on how it carries over into the next season. So I have all of the ones you could possibly get, the world leases. I'm going to get those right on the minute 1. So I can just go in and set my factories up. I've got, $1 million plus silver where I can just, fund them right away. So I've got that generation going automatically in the new season. And then I can automate it, which is cool. And so I have a lot of guns and weapons and all of that. But yes, that's what I was just thinking. The same thing, Rob Test, is to get some resources instead of getting more guns with the last little bit. Now, I'm also going to have 300,000 pieces of 8, everybody. So it's not like I'm going to be out of pieces of 8, but just trying to think more efficiently on what to buy right now. And again, we got like 23 minutes or something like that. All right, we got to go run back over here to the lady. I could have just teleported and then came back out, but oh well. We'll just run. All right, Yanta. Let's chat. Blah, 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 blah. All right, let's see if we can go ahead and buy. I say we buy a little bit of everything. That's what we'll do. We'll get 5 of these. Oh, God. Okay. Still going to do the thing. 5. There we go. We'll get 5 of those. We'll get 5 of these. I love going on a shopping spree, everybody. It's pretty fun. 5 of those. Boom. We still got enough. All right, we'll get 5 of these. We'll get 5 of the 5 of these. And again, it's okay if I maximum ship capacity. All right. Hold on. Let me just move all this stuff I got on me out of there into the thing. There we go. Just take it and move it into your warehouse. Now me, I cleared out my warehouse again and again and again so it doesn't max out. Some people have their warehouses all maxed out. I forgot where I left off. Let's do this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now what this is going to allow me to do is in the new season, I'll have a bunch of these. Open the ship capacity again. I'm on the wood one. And again, go in here. Manage cargo. Put that in my thing. 250 of each of those. Now again, this allows me to build ships when it gets going. So I would definitely do this, everybody. Go in. I was on this one. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now again, now I'm going below 300,000, and that's okay. That's okay if I'm below 300,000. Am I going to have this ability to get these in the next thing? I don't know. Are they going to take some of this stuff out of here? I don't know. They said they were going to change. They're going to change it. We're on copper there. So this is just basically going to make it so we have all these resources for making whatever we want. And again, this is what all this hard work was paying off right now, everybody. Now we don't have to go and collect all the resources around the world. We're just buying them in the black market. Where did I leave off? Right here, East Indies metal. 5 of those. 5 of these. Man, that fills up your ship really, really fast. We still got to sell off a bunch of our stuff as well. Again, we're just going to ride it all the way down the end, baby. We're going to ride this magic carpet ride here all the way down. And again, am I going to have the ability to buy those in the next season? Who knows? Let's get a little bit more of this. There we go. You got to be quick, everybody, or the interface gets messed up. I don't know why it's doing that, and I don't care. I don't make the games. I just play them, everybody. I just play them. Don't blame me if your interface is doing what it's doing for me. Hopefully they fix that in next season. Come on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Got it. There we go. So now I'm under 300,000, and I'm good. I spent it on a bunch of resources. I feel pretty confident with that. Now, time to check all of our stuff. All right, let's get all of our stuff. We got like 20 minutes. We got 19 minutes left until they shut down the server. So we'll want to go and get all of our loot out of here. We'll want to sell as much to get as much silver going as we can. So there's a bunch of gin there. You can't stop that from running, by the way. It's in 20 minutes. Too bad, too sad. I don't know if I'm going to lose 768 of those. Actually, I'm going to write that down. And when I log in, see if my gin is still running. Is my 768 gin still running after update? Question mark. All right, that's something we'll check when the update comes through. All right, we'll check that. But that's a good checker thing. All right, and then what else? We're going to go up here to Telloc and check this up here as well. Again, just some final things, everybody. Get those pieces of 8. Spend them. Spend. Spend that stuff. I feel like resource is a good idea. Good idea each. There you go, 250 each. There you go. That's what you do. You get that backlogged as well. Now I feel like I can always earn more pieces of 8 and go buy those. It's no big deal. But just convenience, I might as well buy a little bit now since I have a bunch of armor and a bunch of weapons, a bunch of stuff. I spent probably I made about 600 to 700,000. I'd say through the whole thing, I made about 700 pieces of 8. But I've only started working on my manufacturers seriously within the last week or so because I had 10 and then now I have 76 and I turned 30,000 pieces of 8 into 700,000 pieces of 8. Yes, a lot of conversion within a week. Which is a lot of hard work, everybody. That's a lot of hard work of grinding and, getting each location and doing the PvP and doing the legendary heists and getting every single one of them within a week and then funding them all. That's probably about 10 to 15 million silver of funding every single one in the world. Most of them at level 5, some of them at level 10, some of them level 8, 7, whatever I had them set to. Let's see. Oh, she's out of stock. All right, I'll try to get a little bit more water there. I find the water is my most valuable thing that I'm looking for from this lady. All right, lady, stop talking to me. I got to do the thing. Then we're gonna go in here to the snuff, and then we're gonna try to do Fort Delise. My thing's not working. Authorized. Hey, Rotisserie G, almost ready?
Yep, all good.
Not going to start that one back up again. All right, you get any Fort Deluse?
I don't think I did. I will go and double check in case they reset.
Well, in 15 minutes, the server's going to shut down. So we do it now or we do it never. Oh, wrong place. I went to the wrong spot over here.
It'd be interesting to see if it keeps the ones I've got left.
Oh, I forgot to sell my stuff. Got to sell my stuff first. Now, again, try to backlog a bunch of silver. Be just under 300,000. Because, again, anything above 300,000, your piece of 8 you're going to reset. Your silver does not reset. Your sovereigns don't reset. Your gold doesn't reset. All that stuff you get to keep. So if you got 20 million silver, congratulations. You've been grinding. Congratulations, big time. All right, we're going to do commodities. And then we're going to do by value. And then we're going to sell this gin, get another 71 grand in our pocket. Blah, 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 blah. Skurlock, I got time to chat with you, bro. And then go back up here. I'm going to burn a lot of silver going back and forth. So I have 15 minutes. 15 minutes, everybody. We're going to ride this wave all the way in. Let's go, baby. Let's go. Sorry, what was that?
I don't have any quests for Delise, but I'll start heading down there now.
All right, I'm just selling all my stuff to the vendor real quick, so I got, you know, a lot of silver to start, just in case something goes horribly wrong and they change the prices of stuff, or who knows what's going to happen. You know, there's gonna be something that goes wrong. There's gonna be some bugs or problems go wrong, or the maintenance is gonna take a long extra
silver,
time.
So I'll just keep what I've got until I can raise the levels up to get it back to normal.
Commodities, again, sometimes you have to go like this and then go back like this for it to do the thing. Okay, these are only 100. I would not sell these. This still needs to be converted into the gold level, but time's up. Time's up for converting. Blah, 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 lady. Now I want to go grab some extra resources before the whole thing resets. And I don't know if you can do all these fort things the same way you did before. They're supposed to get harder, by the way. All the ships are supposed to do more damage and whatnot. You're going to do more damage. They're going to be pumping up all of that. So why not one last fling out there already on the snow. Check my cargo and get that out of there. And we're going to do one last thing here. There we go. And set sail. One last fort run. We're going to see if we can get it done in the next 14 minutes. There we go. Buy blueprint and make all level 3 weapons. I already bought all the blueprints. I already bought all the blueprints. I bought all the cosmetics. Again, I spent, I don't know, 300,000 plus pieces of 8 just in the last couple days. Just to burn them up, everybody. Burn them up. Don't do you no good sitting in the bank and they go bye-bye. It's a fire sale, exactly. It's a full-on fire sale. Buy something. It doesn't really matter what you buy, everybody, because you can use whatever it is in the next season. Now, me, I'm buying a bunch of weapons and a bunch of armor to equip my ships, as well as I went and collected every one of the manufactories. And even if you didn't fund the manufactories, you don't have to fund the manufactories to get the bonus for next season. And again, we'll talk about all of that here in a second. We're gonna try to wind this down with one more easy mode run here, and I think I have a couple of these. The other day I had 5 for the same location. I've got 2 for this location here. And I was so overburdened. We did the Grand Fort with 5 quests for the Grand Fort. So that means you do the Grand Fort 1 time and you get 5 times the return. And usually that happens when you're saving quests over multiple cycles of resets. So it resets every 2 hours. So it usually resets at midnight, then 2 o'clock, 4 o'clock, 6 o'clock, etc. And then so at, say, midnight, in my case, I'll get 2 for Fort Deluse. And then when it resets again at 2 a.m., then I'll get 2 more maybe, and then I'll have 4 for that particular location. And then I will go and do it. I don't do it the first time and then come back and then do it again because that takes more of my time. And my time is my most valuable asset. So let's turn the sound on and go out with a bang here in season 1 into season 2. Everybody, I hope you guys are excited about season 2. I want to see the fleet management thing. And I hope it's not too tedious to defend your locations. Otherwise, I'm going to tell them to take that out because that would suck. Or I'm going to start right up since we only got like 14 minutes. Here we go.
That's good.
They'll be begging for mercy.
All right, skip it. Got my rockets. Wait for my long guns again. And then cannonades on the side. And by the time my cannonades and my guns come up again, I'll have my rockets again. Of course, Rotisserie G's is like way better than mine. This is more of a tanky ship than a DPS. There we go.
Getting the fault down.
You missed the middle one. And then you'll see I use my rockets. And then he'll go after the middle one here in a second. Now, what I'm going to do is take a little bit of this damage. I try to draw the damage because I'm a tank. You missed the middle one, everybody. He missed the middle one, but that's okay. I'm on it. There we go. We got it. Nice. All right. Now, this is one of the easiest ones in the game, everybody. It's super easy. The mortar's still coming down. You can just brace through that. Now, my particular ship is super easy because it's a tanky ship. I can also ram in 9 minutes and 47 seconds. So we got to go to it, everybody. No messing around. We're going to go hot and heavy. I'm going to rocket, even though this guy's low health, I'm going to rocket him anyway. Oh, missed him. Hit him with the cannonades. All right, 9 minutes and 33 seconds to get this done. It's going to be tough. Yeah, this is gonna at least take that long. We'll see. Pick up my loot. I'm just gonna ram into him,
Look
everybody.
over to the wall for when that comes up.
Oh, what? Gonna board the guy. Ah, crew boarding him. Blow him up. All right, toast. Where are you going? Blasted him. All right, he's staying next to the wall to blow up the wall. The second that comes up, and that'll just take us to the next thing. Now, see, I always come back to the center because sometimes they come from different sides. And I'll just roll up on him. Help him out just a little bit. There we go. And again, I'm just gonna I have to run out to him to do it as fast as possible. My favorite thing, ramming into him. Let's go. My heal. Use my thing to get some speed. Ram into the ram ships. Then shoot him in the thing. Crew board him.
They're ours now!
Got that sucker! Why did I do that? Because he dies faster, everybody. I got some bonus loot from it, but 10 extra silver is lame. But now it's just me and Rotisserie G bombarding this poor guy right here. He's turning around like a fool.
Posasa! We'll make a fortune from this!
And bye-bye, sucker. Again, this is one of my favorite parts of the game is the teamwork aspect of it. You can have up to 3 people. Oh, somebody else coming in. What up, Vegas? Sorry, I didn't see you there, bro. I'll move out your way. Big love, brother. Big love. I think he's trying to get his pieces of 8. All right, try to get out of your way, brother. More love. Big love. Big love.
I think we must have destroyed the wall early on. I didn't think we could.
Oh, yeah, we did it. You already shot it, and I shot it some as well. Well done. All right, 7 minutes. We got this. I might try to crew board some of them just to make this go faster. Ah, he died before I could crew board him. Ah, he's just gonna die. Screw it. Ow. we
Yeah,
got
for some reason I thought that wall was invulnerable until it got to that point in the plunder.
No, it was still up when we had to do the wall thing because I shot it a few times. It was like 3/4 down. But yo, you can shoot it beforehand. I don't know why he told us not to shoot it before. I can't remember. He explained why. I don't remember though. Ram them! These are it, everybody. These two right here, and then we win. Come to Big Daddy. We're gonna ram you. Full speed. Oh, who's your daddy? Where you going? Where are you going? Take some rockets. Turn around. Bad shooting. There we go. That's it. 5 with almost 6 minutes to spare. Man, we did that like 10 minutes. Less than 10 minutes. Nice. Less than 10 minutes. I just got 330 of the tobacco. And since I have 2 quests, I've also got the plunder from the location and all the mobs that we destroyed. And then I also had a second quest, which I got another 330 sugarcane. Now, of course, I can save that for next season. What's that? You know, your mic's really low again, by the way.
Yeah, we did it without hitting each other, too.
I know, we didn't even ram into each other this time. I know, amazing. All right, using my big boost. Plus 15% sailing speed. Let's go. Are you overburdened or no? Oh, you didn't have a quest. That's right. You didn't have a quest for that one. Normally, you know, I got like 5 quests. And even with 5 quests and 80,000 cargo, which is the most cargo you can have, I still get overburdened as well. So all we got to do now is run this back to town. And that's pretty much it, everybody. That's it for Season 1. It was pretty fun. Pretty fun. Yeah, bought all the stuff, got the thing. Whoa, not watch where I'm going. I found the wall, everybody. I found the wall. 4 minutes. I don't feel like I want to log out in the middle of the sea either. Let's go. All right. Slowing me down. Looking at my chat, not paying attention. I don't want to loot any bog iron. I'm good. Use my boost again. Boost! Actually, again, if you guys missed it, I saw someone come up to this and they thought they couldn't pass it and they turned around and went back. I would try it first. You get stuck, that's one thing. You turn around and go back. But you can go through there. I think that's hilarious that some people think you can't go through there. Oh, you need a smaller ship. I've been playing games a long time. There it is! Ba-ba-bam! All right, let's go ahead and all right, man, I don't know if you're gonna be around in about 6 hours, but or 5 hours. I'm gonna be back then if you're around.
I might be. It'll be about 8 or 9 in the morning for me, so I'll see how much sleep I can get.
Yeah, same here. I'm just going to check it in about 4 hours, and then if it's not up, then I'll check it in 5 hours, that kind of thing. Repair my ship.
It's going to get overburdened within about 10 minutes of them bringing them back up again anyway.
That's true. I check and see if there's any quests you want to carry over into the next season, too. If you haven't already done so. I'm going to the hawker and get me some more water.
The King of Thieves don't make time for
get me
just
some
anything.
more agua.
Skurlock must be fond of you. We're two
Boom.
sharks of the same
All
ship,
right,
mate.
2 minutes. Checking my one last time. I'm checking my quest, everybody.
All right, I'm going to
Also
log
gonna
off
grab
before
some
they
of my
kick us,
gin.
just to make sure I don't lose anything.
Yeah, I would check your distillery. I would check all that stuff. I'm getting some gin out of my distillery right now. And getting that out of there in case I lose that. Let's check the smuggler network. Any quests? Oh. Well, that's the wrong
And I
thing.
just leveled up my kingpin as well.
Oh, my UI just ganked out on me. Ganked out on me, everybody. That
The
sucks.
quickest way to fix that is just to log in, log out, and log back in again. That's what I've been doing.
I know. I'm going to log out anyway. All right, that's good enough. Main menu. I don't want to be in the game when it resets. All right, everybody. Ba-boom! And we wrote it right down to the end. Crushed it. Did everything we can do. Now it's time to talk about Season 2. Now, Season 2, now they're going to bring down the servers in 1 minute and 31 seconds. I hope you got all your stuff done. I did all of my smuggler pass as well, which I'm amazed I got that done. As you can see, I got 90 out of 90. I unlocked everything from all the different things. Of course, all of this. Just double check. I got all of those, and I got all of those. Yep. We did all of those, and of course, you do your smuggler points and all of that. But you can see that I've already maxed all mine out. I'm pretty good. And so what's going to be going on in Season 2? Let's go over here and talk about it. And of course, this is my Discord here, everybody, where it has a bunch of the info on Season 2. The first thing, of course, is the fact that you're going to have a soft reset of your pieces of 8. So no matter how many pieces of 8, from 1 million to 2 million to 20 million, it's going to go down to 300,000. So again, you've got 1 minute to offload anything above 300,000. Now, of course, if you have some territories, like I had 10 manufactories and 1 territory. Then I went and actually I had 2 territories. I went and got a 3rd territory, which allows me to have 2 helm leases. And then I had 10 manufacturers, and I went and got 20, so I could have 18 upgrade parts. Then I thought, well, you know what? I'm just going to try to get as many as I can, and even if I don't have enough money to fund them, at least I will get these world leases where I can choose which ones I want right at the very beginning of the reset, which is pretty cool. So I can just say, I want this one and I want that one. There's going to be new quests, by the way, not just the PvP in the Legendary Heist, but there's going to be new quests to be able to go and get your manufacturers as well. We're going to talk about that in the patch notes here in a moment. So stick around for that. And then, of course, in the manufacturers, I thought, well, okay, I'll just get as many manufacturers. And if I get regions, okay, cool. But really what I want is the upgrade part so I can upgrade my ships with the new upgrade system as well. So I went and did that, and I got all of the locations. In fact, more than I need, by the way. I got 76 manufacturers instead of 70, and I went and got I think it's 17 territories, and you only needed 16. I went and got them all, and that was a lot of hard work. Now, again, to repeat the season reset information for Season 1, into Season 2, you keep 300 pieces of 8. Your sovereigns don't reset. Your manufacturers and your upgrades get reset. I did see that the upgrades are going to cost more in the new season, so we're going to take a look at that when it comes out. Silver does not reset, and they suggest you spend anything above 300,000 on upgrades for your ships, right? And buying new ships and purchasing those ships as well. What I want to do is set myself up for pieces of 8 generation in the next season, right? So I can go ahead and start that going first, and then I have a steady income, a passive income, that's going every bit of time because I want to set it and forget it, everybody, like my shirt says right here. Which is one of my themes of my stream, by the way. Sorry, I sold out of the shirts, everybody, or I don't have them up anymore right now, but I'll eventually get them back up there. So you can set it and forget it, and then you're making yourself a bunch of cash while you're, of course, not even in the game. It's in there making you a bunch of pieces of 8 while you're not even in there. And I use my timer, which is I use the power of time to remind me, oh, in 30 minutes, there's going to be another takeover. In 45 minutes, my rum is going to be done. And so I can start that processing more rum and so on. I use that power of time to help a lot. Now, of course, you guys are going to have a head start if you work really hard in Season 1 and you got those maximums. Like I did. So basically, you're going to get all those world leases, and you can pick the ones you want in the whole world. You can pick Megafort Olsen if you want to. I don't know, whatever floats your boat. Now, some of those automatically start at like level 2 or level 3 or level 4, like Megafort Olsen starts at level 4, so you don't have to pay for the upgrade. But the upgrade to level 4, everybody, is like 1,000 pieces of 8, which isn't a lot when you have a lot of those going. Like I was making about 5,000 pieces of 8 per hour. And if you had them all at level 10, it would be way more. But then, of course, you need way more silver to fund all of those, because each of those is 60 to 70,000 silver to fund every single one. So 1 million would be just 10 of them, right? Right. That's a lot, everybody. That would be a lot, or be 10. You could fund 10 of them with 1 million. So again, you got to, the reward of your time, the reward of your ability to get enough silver to fund all of those manufacturers. And really where it's at is a combination of your supply ones, doing your supply ones every couple hours, and then, of course, doing as many forts as you can to get that loot. And then, of course, there's other things like bounties and things of that nature. And, of course, if you do upgrade certain things in your board, it does do it for also bounty quests and the job board to give you a little extra for doing those quests as well. So you could just grind a bunch of those quests as well. And they also have rogue hunts, and they also have a bunch of new stuff coming in the new season, which we'll also talk about here in a minute. So the other thing that they got coming up in Season 2, while we're waiting for the servers to reset, is the, right here, the ship upgrade, or the fleet management. We'll do the upgrade here in a second. The fleet management. Now, the fleet management here basically is you're going to have a bunch of ships. You're going to have up to 40 ships. Now, of course, there's 76 locations for your manufactory, so what happens to all the other ones that you don't have automated? That's a good question. We don't know. We'll find out 5 hours from now. We'll go check it out. Now, of course, there's low risk and there's high risk, right? And it's based on how far you have it upgraded and how the ship is, right? So in this case, they have the recommended ship rank 9, and they have a level 10 ship. Now, I'm going to have all 40 ships at rank 13. That's just the way it's going to be, everybody. I'm going to put every 40 ship at 13, and I never have to worry about it. But I'm going to start with 1 first. Try to get 1 to rank 13 as quick as possible. But probably start at rank 11 or rank 12, depending on what I want to do. And I'll probably pick like a ship that I really like the Snow or something like that. Now, I don't know if it physically goes and it takes a certain amount of time to go back and forth. So if you have a faster ship, it goes faster between the two. I don't know. I don't know if it's that detailed, everybody. We'll find out when we get in there. You know, should I make a brigantine because that can go up to 20 there and back again? Or should I make a Snow because then it can hold more? Should I make a Sambuc so it can defend itself more, right? Those are all questions that we will find out very, very soon. Does that make a difference at all? Can you just use a small ship, which you can basically upgrade to level 12 now, by the way, in the new season? That's another thing they've done. They've made all ships more useful, which you can upgrade those for more slots and whatnot. And so you can upgrade that small ship and just make the cheapest ship possible, give it all of its upgrades, and then give it all of its items to get it to level 12, and it costs you barely anything, right? You don't necessarily have to use the highest end ship, right? You don't need to use the Snows and the Sambucs and the Patties and all of those ships to do it. Maybe you could use the level 1 or 2 ships that you have right now that are low level ships, upgrade those, and then use those. And I also wonder if the guns and armor and whatever are going to affect the thing, or is it all that you have to rank them up and then that's their level? I think it's going to be probably a combination of both. Because these give different perks and rewards for leveling up your ships as well, which we'll talk about in a second. We'll talk about all of that. But in the patch notes. But this right here, I think, is the brilliant listening to the customer feedback, everybody. They said, hey, Kismet's been running around for 2 to 3 hours collecting his pieces of 8, and I'm tired of doing it, right? They've been doing it. Most people have been doing it for a lot longer than me, but I've been doing it for like a week or so because I didn't bother to take over all of the things. And I thought, well, wait a minute, I'm going to get all this benefit in the new season. I better go grind this out when no one else is really doing it or not that many people are really doing it toward the end, because in the beginning is when everybody went and did it, right? And they had all the thing and they made, millions of pieces of 8, more power to them. But me, I had it actually an easier time. I didn't have to compete that much over them. I could just go every 30 minutes, and if somebody grabbed this one, then I grabbed this one. And if somebody came to mine, then I just go to the other one, and then I get it for free. Basically, I'd be the only person there in PvP. And then I just go over there and I shoot the ships and I'd sit there for 5 minutes or 5 or 10 minutes or so. And then bam, I got that location. Then I would instantly run it up to level 5 and then I'd fund it for 18 hours and then come back and however long it took for it to fill and then grab it and run it back. Right? And I took 30,000 pieces of 8 and again, turned it into 700,000. That's a lot. That's a really awesome return on your investment. That's an amazing return on investment. Now, if I had more time, I could have made it millions. I could have made it millions and millions and millions. But I was busy doing other things, hanging out with my team and running around cataloging all the vendors and all of that fun stuff and making maps and all sorts of fun things. But again, I'm glad I did do it. But it was definitely a lot of work because you got to think that if you got to, like me, I had to get 66 more locations. And you can get one location every 30 minutes, right? So that's 33 hours right there. And that's not counting the times in which I had to skip because it didn't give me one I could take over, didn't give me a legendary heist, or there was people who were taking them all and I didn't want a PvP and I couldn't, there was no legendary heist. So I just skipped that half hour and went and collected my pieces of 8 and did a whole bunch of other stuff while I was waiting. So yeah, that's a lot of hours. There's a lot of time and effort put in there, but it paid off massively in the end. So this is the ship upgrade system. Now we're going to talk more in depth when we get to the patch notes about the upgrade ranks and what these upgrade ranks do in there. So we'll get to that here in a minute. Now, of course, if you want to do your upgrades, it's going to be at your shipwright right there. And again, these are screenshots I took from their dev stream. And I went in and I shrunk it down from 2.5 hours of blah, blah, blah into literally like 1 minute of reading, everybody. That one went on way too long. Now, this is the upgrade screen. Now, I can notice over here that it takes one upgrade part. Now, because I have so many manufacturers, I'm going to start with 75 upgrade parts. And I'm going to talk about how you can get new upgrade parts and how you can get all of your stuff going straight away in Season 2. And you're going to see me do it here in about 5, maybe 6, maybe 10 hours, depending on how long it takes. I'll be back later. Sounds good, Red and Stumpy. Do we know how long the reset's going to take? Yes, 5 hours, Kilrog. 5 hours is what they say. So 3 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or basically 4 hours and 50 minutes from now, whatever time it is for you. And don't be surprised if it takes longer, everybody. Everyone's like, oh, God, it's just going to take 5 hours. It may take longer. Just go in it with the proper expectations, right? Now, also, again, here's the maintenance information. And then, of course, some of the stuff they're going to do, the helm and the harvesting and camera stuff. We're going to talk about that in the patch notes. Now, of course, I've also got the patch notes linked right down here at the bottom. So we're going to go ahead and click on that. We're going to take a look at the patch notes for Season 2. Very excited. Very excited about Season 2. So, Season 2 is called Chorus of Havoc. And, of course, it features 2 peeps that we're going to take on. Basically, these are seasonal content. And this is, he very much explained it, the guy who's running Sea of Thieves over there, the top dude. He explained it more like a board game. Like a board game, when you play Monopoly, you play it through, somebody wins, you put the stuff away, you come back, you open it up, you start with $200 again, right? So you started with $200, you played through, you stop playing, you did it, and then the next time you play, it's $200. So that's why he explains the soft reset. But it's not really that much of a reset if you think about it, because a lot of your work is still there, right? So if you bought a bunch of resources, if you bought a bunch of guns or weapons or whatever it is, all of that stuff, you're going to get a return on that investment in the next season if you were wise on how you spent it, so that you can use it for making boats, right, and making new things in the next season. But I think the smartest thing to do is to set yourself up for success in the next season, not just in making boats or having resources or whatnot, but having the ability to buy more resources with your pieces of 8, right, or with your silver. So that's the smartest thing to do, is to be ready to get your manufactories going again and fund those all the way to level 10 and then let them run for 2 days. And you come back in 2 days and guess what? You got 20, 30,000 more pieces of 8 that you can spend. In my case, I tried to get to 300,000, so I'm also starting with 300,000 pieces of 8 so I can upgrade them to level 10 straight away. I don't have to mess around. And I can pick the ones I want because I have 6 of them I can pick from right away. And then, of course, there's a bunch of quests you can do to get more. Again, we'll talk about that. So, basically, the twins, Armand and Bertrand Hubac from the French, are being sent to the Indian Ocean to deal with you and your pirate brethren in the helm. So they're coming over here to wipe us out, and our job is to wipe them out because no one steps on pirates, everybody. No one messes with pirates because pirates will band together when you start to mess with them. And so basically, we want to fight off that threat. Now, it's all broken up in different weeks as well. Basically like little episodes. So we're going to talk about those episodes here in a second, but that's how it's broken up. So don't miss week 1 and don't miss week 3 and don't miss whatever, because then you're going to miss unique items that are just for week 1, week 3, week 5, and so on. Now, of course, you're going to complete seasonal contracts, which is what we did, and then we'll be rewarded the Helm lease, and then we'll be able to exchange those for available manufacturing of our choosing. Now, one of the things that I'm also going to do with my Pieces of 8 is open up all 3 locations right away. Now, why do I do that? Well, this way it gives me more options to choose more manufacturers and get those straight away and choose the ones that I want. Because you're going to get Helm leases for local areas, for faction areas, and then also world areas. World area being the best one, because then you could pick whichever one you want. Like me, I might just pick Megafort Olsen so I don't have to fight that one. Choose the hardest ones and just unlock those right away and just say, okay, cool, I don't have to do those ones and I don't have to wait to get that one right away. So I might do that, but I'm definitely getting my 2 that's right by, that'll give that 33%. I'm going to mainly work on the ones that give me the 33% and get those to 10, because that's going to give me a big boost on those Piece of 8 generation every single cycle. So every 2 days, it's going to give me 33% the whole entire time. So very cool. Again, we'll get into all of that more later on. So the first section, and I'll probably make this a little bigger so you guys can see it a little bigger. Why can I not see my bottom scroll bar? Not letting me scroll over. All right, fine. Fine, I'll just manually do it. So it's not where I'm blocking it. See, I go above and beyond for you guys. There we go. Again, we're going to fend off the chorus fleet. So it's basically like La Peste, but these twin guys that are going to try to come and kill us. And of course, it has a bunch of new stuff in there. We'll take a look at all the new stuff here in a bit. There'll be new seasonal contracts from Yarna and William Blackwood to obtain our Helm leases. And then, of course, a new weapon, a mine. So you can put that down either for healing, for DPS, or for blocking ships. Very cool. The spring loader. And then, of course, new furniture that goes along with the spring loader. The furnace and the powder house. We'll look at all that when we get going. And then we can take on bounty contracts for the main characters and try to wipe them out. Hopefully they didn't make them too OP where you need like 15 people to take them on, because that really sucks, because it just gets rid of like 90% of the community, or even 95% of the community cannot do that content. You could do La Peste if you had like 5 people, right? When he was there. And we could go in there and 5 people could take him out. But then they made it where it was like 15 people need to be out there, or 10 people need to be out there and do it. The same thing with the Megafort. The Megafort, we went out there with 8 people and got annihilated. And you just can't do it with 8 people. You need 10 people, and they all got to be max level, and they all got to be coordinating and whatnot to do the Megafort, because the Megafort is pretty tough. And again, that just blocks everybody out. Now, of course, you can wait for somebody to take it over, and right after they take it over, the Megafort, all of the defenses will be down. You still have to fight the ships, but you could then attack the Megafort and do it. Now, is it worth my time to wait until somebody takes it over, and then I got to watch and see, and then call my crew over and do it? I don't know. I guess it's kind of worth it. But you know what else I could do? I could get 5 quests for the Grand Fort and go down there and get a ton of loot, and it's super easy, and then I can go back. I could do that way easier. Way easier, I think. Do you realize those Skull and Bones Twitch loot drops got... Shh, I'm not supposed to say yet. Shh. That's a secret. I do know that. I do know that. That's a secret, everybody. I'm not supposed to say, but you can say it, I guess. Yes, it's going to happen on season 2. It should happen. They just kicked it on, I think, at 10 o'clock. So yes, I do know that. I do know that. Again, that was a surprise for later, everybody, but you guys now got the secret. You got the secret. So hang out on my channel and get those drops, is what I'm saying. While we talk about season 2. So what else are we talking about? Oh yes, we're talking about new bounty contracts on the guys. So we're going to try those. We're going to get them and see how hard they are to take out the Soil Royale, and then of course take out the 2 main protagonists, the twins there. Now that's week 1, right? Then in week 2, it's called the Rebellion Symphony. We're going to do the Chorus Fleet, expands to reach the East Indies, where Helm assets continue to be targeted. As the Helm drives to compete in this technological arm race with the Campagne, complete episode 2 seasonal contracts from Yarna and one thing. So you got your continual season contracts, which is going to unlock the Mindspring loader and the Falsey 2SE, plus a new figurehead called Death Forsworn, which is cool. It's the thing that goes on the front of your ship. Very cool. Take on bounty caps for Birded Harborak and the Elite War Soil Royale, which actually was already in the first week. Wasn't that in the first week? Yes, that was in the first week. And then a new sea monster coming in on week 3. So Mega Lestari, which we're doing. All right, then this episode 3, Shadow Sonata. I love how they have this breaking up into episodes, and they have like different stuff rolling out in the different weeks. That means they really thought it through, everybody, and I appreciate that. Reports that ships coming in, the twins are preparing something big. And of course, here comes La Peste back at us in week 5. And again, more seasonal contracts for new weapons, the Lapierre, and more key materials to craft Season 2 equipment coming in on week 5. And then more bounty contracts for the sea monsters, for the 2 main guys, and the elite ship as well. And we're going to do all this, everybody. We're going to do all this. We're going to try to get all the furniture, all the new stuff. We're going to try to get everything in there for sure. And then, of course, in week 7, we're going to fend off the twins as they do an all-out assault, get more contracts to get the Spring Loader, Little Grace, and the Hubic Strongbox. Those are episode 4 rewards. And then take some bounty contracts on a new mission for the twins. And then all the other stuff we talked about. And then including one called the Blight and Blasson, Caribou, Road Magneton, make their return once again. So all of these, it's going to be an all-out battle with a whole bunch of stuff to do there. Now, this is a new ship here called the Brig. Now, the Brig is all about the Spring Loader weapon, and I know I'm going to be using this one, everybody. I'll probably use it mainly for a healing weapon, because what it's going to do is shoot a buoy out there and drop it, and then have a heal zone. And so people can just roll up into the heal zone and get healed, which is awesome. Or you can set it up like a minefield, and then the other ships run into it. Boom, they blow up or die, hopefully, or at least take damage in there. Also, if you use your minefield to drop that, say, behind you, and somebody's shooting a torpedo and it hits that minefield, guess what? Boom, the torpedoes blow up. Yes, very cool. It says that in the patch notes, by the way. Very, very cool. And of course, this one has the perk of Artificer, so the effectiveness of buoys is 2%, up to 30%, and it resets if more than 12 seconds pass between hits. So, very, very cool. Let me get hydrated there. Whew. Thank you to Would Be telling me to hydrate a while ago, but I got it. Oops, delete post. I didn't delete no post. What you talking about? Ongoing maintenance. Estimated wait time, 5 hours and 0 minutes. So actually, at least it tells you how long it's going to be. All right, back to the patch notes, everybody. So here's the Spring Loader right here. Oh, wait, available upgrades, better navigation stats. These are your upgrades. Better navigation stats, increasing the top speed and turning speed, more furniture slots, secondary perk evolved, buoys you deploy last longer. So these are your upgrades, your ship upgrades that you can do. And there's a chart in here that's going to show us all about that. And of course, this is the Spring Loader, and you can see you can mount it on the front there and do those minefields and or mount it on your auxiliary slot and do minefields or healing areas. And again, destroy torpedoes that collide into the minefield. Right there. And again, bunch of new stats, and of course, a bunch of different variants. Here's our Feral Isle, the Warhammer, Endless Requiem, and Le Paris, which are new weapon variants. And again, we can read all the different stuff there, but you get the general idea of the different variant type of weapons, torpedo weapons, long guns. And again, we'll get into those in more detail when we actually get into the thing. Also, new perks and variants of different armors, which we'll want to get them all. At least I'm going to try to get them all. And then, of course, Buccaneer's Oath and Abysmal are available from the black market. So these two are from black market, and probably some of these are for killing certain mobs and getting those as rewards. And again, here's one of the things that I really am interested in is the new game modes, the manufacturing buyout and the manufacturing defense. Now, I hope this doesn't become tedious, right? If I have to defend 76 manufacturers, or in this case, probably 40, because I believe it's going to be tied to the automation. So if you automate your factories, you're going to have to also defend those factories as well. But I feel like if you don't automate it, maybe you don't have to defend them. We'll see. If the defending thing becomes annoying, I'm going to really go up there and tell them. I'm going to tell them big time. Because, again, I only have so much time to play. I can't sit here and defend 76 manufacturers for 15 minutes each manufacturer, right? I'm not doing that. I'm not doing that. That would kill my excitement about the game if that's what I had to do. But all right, so let's talk about the buyout part. The buyout part is what you'll do is you'll get a solo opportunity, which is not PvP, is what they're basically saying, where they'll say, hey, do this thing as quick as possible before you run out of time to get it, right? So you do the buyout opportunity. You go to the target where the overseas smuggler is. They're going to say, hey, you need these items, which is why I'm not selling any of my items. That's why I didn't sell any of my items or my commodities or anything. And they say, hey, you need to basically find me these items. And if you find me these items, I'm going to give you the manufacturing. Instead of reading that whole thing, everybody, that's what that means. I just saved you your life. Saved you some time out of your life. Basically, that's it. Go there, find the stuff before you run out of time. Bada bing, bada boom, give them the stuff, and bam, you've unlocked that manufacturing. Now, the part that I'm a little worried about is the defense, right? So safeguard your manufacturer against faster rival looking to cripple your empire. So upon accepting a manufacturing defense opportunity, the player should travel to the target manufacturing and basically defend it, right? And you'll have 5 waves of enemies coming in, and you don't want your manufacturer to reach level 0. So you got to wipe them all out before your manufacturer. I have a feeling that's going to happen to a bunch of people, and they're going to be very pissed about it. Because what happens if your manufacturing takes damage is this: 14 hours of time to repair that manufacturing. Now, that means 14 hours of it not producing pieces of 8. I don't know about you, but I'd be pretty pissed if I went and spent all that time and all that cash to get my manufacturing up to level 10, and then I had to wait 14 hours before it produced any more. And then if I had, 76 of them and I couldn't defend them all, and then half of them are down, that would suck. And if I had to sit there and defend every single one, that's not going to be cool, bro. That's not going to be cool. That is way too much of a grind. But we'll see how often it comes up. We'll see what happens with it. Because, again, I don't want to spend, because that's 5 waves of enemies. That's probably about 10, 15 minutes of your time per manufacturing. How often it comes up. But, I mean, you get rewards for it. Awesome. You get a supply boost. You get some silver, or you get a bunch of silver and Raiders cash or whatever, gold Raiders cash. But I don't know if I want to spend, I already spent enough time earning the silver and putting it in there and collecting the pieces of 8 and upgrading my ships and doing all the things, that now on top of that, I have to defend every manufacturer as well, which I don't think is cool. I think the cool thing would have been is you assign some of your ships to defend the manufacturing. And if they have a high enough level, then they automatically win, right? So if you got the peeps who are coming in and they recommend it's a level 9, and you got level 12 ships, and you have enough ships to counter their ships, then your ships win and you can defend it automatically, where I don't have to manually defend every single one. I think this is going to be a huge contention in the game. I always tell it to you straight, everybody. I don't sugarcoat it, even though I am a Ubisoft partner and whatnot. I'm going to tell it to you straight whether I like it or not. If this becomes tedious, they're going to definitely hear about it from the community. I think if they crank that up too much, that's going to cause people to leave the game. That would be a huge mistake, I think. It would be a huge mistake to make this so tedious and so painfully reduction of your loot, right? That's 14 hours you have to wait for that to go, right? This opportunity only generate for players that meet certain conditions. Owns at least 5 manufacturers. The last defense opportunity was completed 4 hours ago. So like every 4 hours, maybe you have to defend your thing. That's what I'm kind of reading there. So every 4 hours, I have to defend my manufacturers, or they get knocked out for 14 hours. That didn't seem fair. But it doesn't seem fair to me. It doesn't seem like a good ratio of my time versus effort. But that's just what I saw there. But I got two sea monsters, by the way, Listari and the Mega Listari. We'll be working on all of those ones as well. We get the bounty called Silent Death. Again, we're gonna go in and check all this out along with the patch notes. Again, when it rolls out, we're gonna check all this stuff. Now, also you have a bunch of contracts that you can do. They actually have races in the game, which is pretty fun. You can be part of the race leaderboards, where you can seek out and complete the race to Red Isle region. So you get in there and you just go as fast as you possibly can. And then you get some regatta tokens. Now, I don't know what those regatta tokens buy you. I'm sure something cool. But yeah, there's a bunch of races. And then so you do the race and then you get the token. And then you do the race a total of 3 times and then you get the tokens. Then week 2, you do an African region race and you do that 3 times. And then you do week 3. I like races. I think they're fun. And then again, ship right here, daily repeatable, complete the regatta race. You get 100 regatta tokens and silver and chests and whatnot. I'm definitely going to try all of those. I like races. I think races are fun to go out there and compete in the race and whatnot. So seek out and compete in the race. I don't know if you got to be first place or what, but it's kind of cool that there'll be a leaderboard for that for the people who like to do leaderboards. I don't care if I'm on the leaderboard. But I'm definitely going to try it because, you know, just try to navigate through all those locations and find the fastest location and use your buffs and use your food. And hopefully you got the wind on your side. I feel like it's going to be like the wind's against you the whole entire time. You know how it goes. And here's the upgrade ships thing that I talked about. And you can see this one actually shows that it has 3 upgrade parts for this rank 5. So definitely going to cost more upgrade parts. And look at this. 72 magnetite, 20 torsion springs, 15 saltpeter, and then a bunch of there, and then, you know, 6,000 pieces of 8 to upgrade that particular thing. So again, this can all change by tomorrow. By the way, they got 623,000 thing and 500 gold right there. I always look at that stuff, which I'm sure the people who take the screenshot don't ever think that someone's going to look at that, but I do. I look at all the details, everybody. I look at all the details for sure. So right here it says that the highest ship rank in Season 2 is going to be level 13. It says right there what makes the event happen. Yes, I read it. I was just building up to it. I was building up to it as well. Again, I'm just saying my piece of this better not become too tedious that I got to do this every 4 hours. And then if I don't, I lose 14 hours of my time, of my production time. My production time is very valuable to me. Very, very valuable. And that means I have to log on every 4 hours to defend my stuff. You know, I got other things to do in my life, you know, to do every 4 hours to log in to make sure my things don't get wrecked. Do they get wrecked when you're offline? There's another question we'll find out, right? If you're offline and you have 76 of these and you don't get on for 12 hours and you come back, are a bunch of them going to be wrecked without your ability to defend them? Or if you go offline, does it not affect you and then it still runs while you're offline and then you come back in 2 days and bam, you got all your stuff and you never had to defend it? These are all questions that Kismet wants to know the answers to. We'll find out in about 5 hours, won't we? Those are the things they don't tell you in the patch notes, everybody. We'll see. So again, the highest rank now is 13, attainable on all small and medium ships, by the way, except the D-How. So the small and medium ships can now be upgraded to the max level, so they'll be more useful. So if you have a bunch of ships laying around, like me, I've made one of every ship that I could. So I have 10 ships right now, and they're going to be a total of 12 ships because there's going to be 2 new ships coming in, they said. So we'll see. I only saw 1 ship in there so far, so we'll see. And so again, there'll also be a season, a whole bunch of stuff you unlock in the season as well, like just like in the first season. And then of course, this is the part that I think is really cool. So when you get your ship up to level 6, what it will do is give you an extra function to your ship, right? Like your BDR over here, ramming a target reduces the armor rating by 150 for 30 seconds. Now me, I love the Snow, really great tanky ship. So it's going to get Vindictive. So after bracing, it increases my weapon damage by 20% for 20 seconds. Basically boosts my DPS. I'm all about that, everybody. I'm all about that. The Brigantine, Headstrong, when moving at 14 knots and above, increase ramming damage by 30%. It's already a great ramming thing as it is. But if you're coming at them at 14 knots, you could use your, even if you were going into a headwind where you're getting 12, you could, boom, you could hit your water and boost yourself to 14 and bam, hit them at 30% more ramming speed, which is pretty cool. And then a whole bunch of other stuff in all the other ones, including increased healing, and then the deployed buoys last longer in the new ship. This one right here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. They said 12, everybody, in the live stream, but I think they meant 11. We'll see. We'll see if they come out with another ship. Maybe he misspoke. I don't know. I don't know, but they said 12 in that thing, and I'm going to go with 12. Maybe there's one they haven't put on the thing yet. I don't know. I don't know, everybody, but I catch those little tiny details like that when they say stuff. And then, of course, here's where you can get all the upgrade parts, because we're going to definitely need a bunch of those for all 40 of our ships. We can trade with Skurlock and Rama for them. We can complete Smuggler Pass challenges. We can complete seasonal boss bounties and main contracts. We can get them potentially as drops from bounty chests from the Rogue Mandolin and the Lestari, which is a new monster. And then, of course, the end-of-season rewards based on the progression made in Empire game mode. And I didn't even know that was a thing. By the way, you actually get that in Season 1. If you are up in the highest level, like I'm in the Diamond level, I'm going to get a bunch of loot that I didn't even realize. I didn't even realize it. And by the way, I was way down here, and within the last week, I went up to the top level. I went from like 30,000 on the leaderboard to like 6,000. That's a lot of slots, everybody. That's a lot of slots because I was really working at it, right? I was working out a lot. I spent, 10, maybe even 15 million, pretty close. In silver to keep all those manufacturers going. And then, of course, I made, I took 30,000 and turned it into 700,000 pieces of 8. That's a good return on your investment. That's incredible. If you can do that in real life, everybody, if you take $30,000 and then make $700,000 from it, that's a good return on your investment. That's for sure. For sure. Then, of course, you can get all those upgrade parts. And this is one of the things that I wanted to see as well. Where you're going to get those parts. Can you get them in there? Can you only get them in the upgrades and whatnot? So pretty cool. Yes, it might be in the Season 2 pass. That's right, Rob. Yeah, that's what I was thinking as well. All right. Assign your ships to your own manufacturer and have your fleet collect your pieces of 8 for you, which I think is pretty cool. Now, does this trigger the defense, or is the defense happening all the time? Right? If you automate it, then you have to defend it. Or do you have to defend it no matter what, whether you automate it or not? And can you not automate it at all and just go pick it up yourself if you want to? Now, they haven't confirmed if any of that is true. I don't know. We're going to find out. I hope you can still go pick it up manually. I would think so, everybody. I would think so. For people who don't want to do all the ships and don't want to do the fleet management and don't want to automate it, I seriously doubt they would lock you in that you can only automate it and you couldn't go pick it up manually. I would think that would be a mistake. But I've seen some mistakes made before in other games, so we shall see. And again, these are all the details that I think of that they don't talk about in their patch notes, everybody. Make it really obvious and to the point. Can you pick it up manually? Yes. Can you do it automatically? Yes. If I do it automatically, is that what causes the defense? Or if I don't do it automatically, then I never have to defend my locations, right? What does that? And again, it's every 4 hours on your defense up here. Again, I hope that's awesome and not tedious. Again, we'll see. So again, at Season 1 reward, Gilded Sin, Captain's Vanity set, should be found in your inventory if you reach the Diamond tier, which I just did, barely, at the last minute. So I'm going to get myself a cool Gilded Skin. I don't know what that looks like, or Gilded Sin. And then Season 2 reward is the Sovereign nameplate in the back. I didn't even know that was a thing, everybody. I'm sure glad that I went in there and got it done. So that's going to be on May 28th at 2 a.m. UTC, which basically means right now. I just got that. In there for kicking butt and getting the Diamond tier. And so did all of you who got the Diamond tier as well. Now, I got the Diamond tier in like a week because I went hot and heavy, everybody. And I think it was smarter of me to do it at the end than at the beginning, because if I'd done it at the beginning, there would have been a lot more competition to get those locations. And then also I wouldn't have had as much funds, and my ship wouldn't have been as strong as it was now, where basically I've got some of the best stuff in there on the game, and I have a bunch of different ships set up in the way that I like them set up. And it made it a lot easier just to roll in there and take over those locations, like one after another, every 30 minutes for, 30 plus hours or 40 hours, and then bam, I got them all. That went pretty well. Now, here's also some other stuff that's going to come up that some people are not going to like. They got the death cam as well. They got new merchant convoys and whatnot. We'll look at all that when we get in there. But this also is a change to ship rank. The ship rank damage modifiers are now less significant once you have a higher ship rank. This means that your rank disparity is going to have less of an impact. Basically, when you start at level 8, there's going to be a disparity. Typically, like, say you're level 8 and they're level 12. Well, man, they're going to do a lot more damage to you than if you're level 12 and they're level 12, right? Normally, because you're equal level. So we're going to see how this plays out. I suggest the best thing to do, everybody, is to test the waters first before you go and gather up 12 different ships on you. I would definitely take on one of the ships and see how much harder it was versus the previous time, right? So if you roll up in your level 12 ship and normally you're just like 3 hit or 1 hit the guy and he's toast, and now you roll up and it takes 5 hits or 10 hits, right? That's how you know that it has really changed a lot. And that's one of the things that we'll be testing. We'll go up and we'll find somebody who's level like 5. We'll shoot them and see how fast they die. And of course, we can compare it to how fast they died before. A level 5 ship against a level 12 ship is usually like a 1-shot or a 2-shot, and they're toast. A level 1 ship, you could just crash into them and they would be dead. But a level 12 ship is like, I don't know, depending on what weapon you're using, what kind of ship you're using, what kind of furniture. It's all going to vary based on how you have your ship configured. But normally it's about 5-6 hits or whatever, or 5 or 6 rounds of hitting it, or 2 or 3 rounds of hitting that ship. And then they'll be dead, right, if they're kind of equal to you. So we'll see. But you can see that they've changed a bunch of the damage modifiers. So 2 to 4% increased damage versus AI of lower SR rating. So basically their level versus your level, right? Ship rank is what SR stands for. And so you can see there's a 10% damage, reducing damage taken versus AI. A 2 to 4% damage increase taken from lower SR. So basically the lower level ones are going to hit you more. And then the higher level ones are going to hit you less hard, right? So lower level ones are getting a buff, and the higher level ones are, I believe I'm reading that correctly, and then the higher level ones from you are going to do release damage. So there you go. Based on the higher level, yeah. So 10 to 30% reduced damage taken versus AI of higher SR, depending on SR difference. But actually, it says the exact taken and then dealt. And then you're going to deal 10 to 30% increased damage versus AIs of higher SRA. So you're going to do more damage. The higher end ones are going to do less damage to you. And if you're lower level than them, then you're going to do more damage. That's what I'm reading there. So again, just test the waters first before you go running in there taking on 12 ships. That's what I would do. And the same thing here. And this is up to rank 8, 8 to 10, and then this is rank 11 and above. And you can see that these numbers are much bigger. 60% increased damage dealt if you're taking on higher level ships. And then, of course, ship rank 13, no changes. And then look, ship rank 14 and 15 and 16. And they said the highest rank is rank 13. What's up with that? Kismet catches all these little details, everybody. What's up with that? And of course, there's a level up system where you can get 6 more levels. But if the highest rank is 13 and you can add 6 more levels to it, wouldn't that be 19? We'll find out. Again, kind of contradictory there, everybody, because it says ship rank 15, doesn't it? That's kind of confusing versus your ship rank. Maybe it's another rank or combination of ranks. I don't know. We'll see what happens when we get in there. They didn't explain that too well, but we'll see. So we get Rhapsody of the Deep, which is an epic, Infernal Maw, the Buddy Locker, the Mechanist Station, or Mechanist Icy Mechanist, like from Fallout 4. And then the raised quarter deck. So, of course, we're going to try to get all those from the Smuggler's Pass, Black Market, and from Sovereigns. This is why I'm saving my Sovereigns, so I can get a bunch of this epic stuff and put it on my stuff, as well as, we'll get our pieces of 8 and try to grab those as well. This, if you get Pirate Legends right here, you're going to get all of this. And then from World Events, you get some cool stuff there, and time-limited events. This is why you want to be there week 1. Everybody, day 1, week 1. Get it going on. And, of course, there's a bunch of gameplay updates. I'm not going to go into all of it. You can definitely read this yourself. Actually, I'll throw this in the chat as well. Let's see. Actually, go on my Discord as well and find it there. But let me just grab it from over here. It's already got the patch notes things in there. And I can throw it in here. By the way, thanks to Keegan for putting it in there. I actually was right about to post it in there, and then he posted it and said, cool, one less thing I got to do. Because I was reading it off stream when it came out. And I was meant to do it last night, but I didn't have enough time. I ran out. So feel free to check all that out. I'll put the link in there. But basically a bunch of gameplay updates. Other players will be able to heal other players in the same activity as well. So only players will now only be able to heal other players that are in the same activity, whether they're in co-op or opt-in PvP or PvP. Plundering now have a grace period to re-enter and so on. The Helm, the Bark blueprint will now be available in the black market. So if you worked really hard to get the Baruch one, so you could use it for healing, well, guess what? All that hard work was a waste of time because you can just buy it in the black market. I hate it when they do that, everybody. They should make it unique to that season, and then you got it for that season. And then if you missed it, well, then they have like a callback later where you can try to get it again, try to earn it again like everybody else did, and not just insta-buy it from the market. That sucks. That's just my take on it. And there we go. La Ponce sailing path was too close to St. Anne, so they fixed that. Players can no longer heal AI ships. I didn't even know that was a thing. Deleted resource nodes now show depleted prompt. We'll find out what that is. UI, incorrect reward was displayed in the widget. These are all a bunch of fixes and bounties. Yeah, that's messed up. Look at this. Fix an issue where the legendary heist instantly fails if the player sinks the convoy target while having a full inventory. That sucks. I'm sorry to whoever that happened to, because you know that happened to somebody because they reported it. And it must have been enough people that reported it that they basically failed those heists. And that means they got to wait another 30 minutes and hope there's another legendary heist, because you don't get a legendary heist every time. So you get sometimes like every hour or sometimes every 2 hours. I find that it's the more of the factories that you take over, the less of those that you see, because you have less opportunity, because you have less in each area that you still need to get. And again, lots of fixes in here, everybody. We go through all the fixes. Now, I didn't see the thing. Now, you guys let me know if you saw it in here and where it's at, where it says that you can fast travel while having pieces of 8. I did not see that. Actually, I could search for fast. Fast and agile. Marking is now enabled on the fast travel map. Okay, that's it. That's the only thing I saw fast in there. So I didn't see anything that said you could fast travel when you have your pieces of 8 on you. I would think that'd be pretty game breaking, but we'll see. I'm gonna try it. Not that I'm not gonna try it. So there you go, everybody. So that is basically season 2. Very excited about it. You can see they've been working real hard on it, everybody. A lot of huge amount of updates and items there. Now, also on my Twitter, everybody. Let me go to my Twitter over here. You can see that there's a thing here. By the way, if you ever see these here, you can actually look at these larger. Typically, I have these in larger mode, so you can zoom in on them. So if you see anything on my Discord or on my Twitter page, you can always click it to make it bigger, so you don't have to look at it in a small text. But here's a really good overview. We've got the new Sea Lords, the Duet of Death. We've got our new Sea Monster Lestari, the smaller version and the larger version of that. We got World Events, Soil Royale, Merchant Convoys, and then we have some stuff here that I don't think we got some stuff for the different factions, but maybe it's not revealing what those are yet. And then fleet management, ship upgrades, I think is pretty awesome. The Dragons Regatta, which is like the races. And of course the Summer Festea, or the festival. And of course a bunch of cool Smuggler Pass stuff for everybody to earn. And we're going to try to do the whole entire Smuggler Pass again. And again, I got in on the Smuggler Pass late. I got in on doing the manufactories late. But I killed it, and I went to the diamond level, everybody. So, very cool. And again, I thought the smartest thing for me to do is, one, to do it off stream. That's the first thing. Because you guys don't want to sit there and watch me grind that out for sure. I know some of you hardcores out there, I appreciate you. I really do. But it's just me here doing a takeover and then taking a 15-minute break while I'm waiting for the next one. And then coming back, doing a takeover, taking a 15-minute break, doing other things like videos and whatnot, and then coming back for another 15 minutes and so on. That's me collecting manufacturers. Because I have 1,000 other things to do other than just play games, everybody. IRL things, family, kids, you know how it goes. You know how it goes. But I think that is a pretty packed season, and big love to them for all the hard work that they did. I hope it's awesome, and I hope that defense thing doesn't suck. I hope that doesn't suck. But you can find that on my Twitter page. You can also find it. I retweeted their stuff as well down here, and retweeted the patch notes on the 24th, which was a bunch of time ago, and so on and so on. Now, oh, this is the other thing. I almost forgot. Play for free. That's right. Play for free starting on the 30th, not the 28th. Starting on the 30th to June 6th. So if you want to try the game out, you want to come join us. We're going to be, of course, playing in about 4 hours, hopefully, when Season 2 drops. The second the servers come back up, bam, Kismet going to log back in, fire back up the stream. So be watching for the alert. You're like, Kismet, I don't get an alert. That's because you haven't hit the follow button. Hit the follow button right now so you get that alert. If you're watching on YouTube, because I got streaming to Twitch, YouTube, Kick, and Facebook all at the same time. I'm a Twitch partner and a YouTube partner and an affiliate on Kick, and I'm just on Facebook. But you can go ahead and hit that follow button, or you hit the subscribe button over on YouTube, which is basically the follow button over there. So I appreciate everybody hanging out as well. Now, did you guys like that overview? Because I worked really hard on that, and I got all that information together for all of you. Put a 1 in the chat if you guys enjoyed that. If you've enjoyed the stream today, I've had a lot of fun just working away on this and just grinding that out. I feel very accomplished in the game. I feel like I was pretty happy about that. Now, again, the second this goes live, everybody's welcome to come join us, everybody, because me and Rotisserie G, and hopefully the Magician, after he gets his IRL stuff going, and Wolf, and a whole bunch of other peeps on my friends list, we're going to go to it. Now, if you want to get tons of loot, you want to take on some forts, you want to get yourself tons of silver, pieces of H, you need some backing up when you're trying to go get a fort, because guess what? We got an idea, and we're going to try it this season. And that's where someone says, hey, Kismet, I need this fort, or I need this manufacturing, not fort, manufacturing. And I was like, okay, well, we'll all join the PvP at the same time, so it'll be us 3, because some of them are only 3 people. Then you wait for it to start, and 2 people drop, and the other person gets it. Using those little battle tactics, everybody. And then the next time, everybody joins it, and then the other person gets it, right? And so on and so forth. And of course, if you have like, I think the maximum in one is 6 or 8, I forget. And if you have like 7 other friends, you could basically go and get every single one of them if you didn't want a PvP. But there are new options, as you saw in the patch notes, new ways of getting those things. Let's go back to that. I think that's probably one of my favorite parts of it, is the fact that you can do the manufacturing buyout. So if you have the resources, you can just go buy it out with those resources, right? And it doesn't matter what the resources are. I will go and grind them as much as I need to, everybody. So I don't have to do PvP, and I don't have to do legendary heights. I feel like, what was that? There was a shop. Oh, Assassin's Creed. Oh, good. That's a good series, everybody. Good series. That's where this game comes from, by the way, if you don't know. It's like the ship battle from Assassin's Creed that they then make into a separate game, which is a ship game, not a like run around and swashbuckle game, everybody. Keep that in mind. Go into it with the right frame of mind, and I think you'll enjoy it a lot. But yeah, I definitely want to do this where I can do the buyout opportunities. They're not competitive with anybody else. I just find a Helm agent, and I basically grab as much stuff as I need. Now, here's the thing. I'm going to figure out what I need in the first one, And then I'm just going to go make a bunch of pieces of 8 and buy an absolute ton of that stuff, right? Like we just talked about earlier, where I bought a bunch of resources. I bought 5 of each thing just to get started in each thing. And then if that's what my pieces of 8 need to be spent on, then I'm going to go get as many manufacturers up to 10. I'm going to start them suckers running. I'm going to automate those babies. And then I'm going to buy the heck out of every other manufacturer so I don't have to PvP and I don't have to do a legendary heist. But if somebody needs my help, I'll be there. I'll help them with a legendary heist, and I will help them with PvP. And that's the fun thing. You could actually get 2 of you in the same PvP and say, you know what, I'm going to let you win, but I'm also going to defend you against anybody else that's going to come and try to wipe you out. So then it'd be the 2 of you versus them. It's PvP. It's all, there's no rules, everybody. There's no rules. You can, if there's 6 people in there, you bring 4, 4 of your friends and you, and there's 5-on-1, bro. And then you're going to let your friend win. That's how you do. You let your friend shoot you and kill you, too. I would do it. I would go in there and say, hey, shoot me. If it's going to make your timer go faster, go ahead, blow up my ship. I'll be fine. I'll just run back, blow me up again. I'll run back, blow me up again. And that's what a good friend will do, everybody. A good friend will take one for you so you can get the win. And then do unto others as you want done to you. So they should back you up and take one for you as well, right? That's how it should go. That's how it should go. One's in the chat. Yes, you did enjoy that. Awesome. Awesome. So I think it's going to be awesome. I think we're going to have lots of fun. But what we're going to do is we're going to rest up for about, I'm going to rest up for like 3 hours. Then I'm going to get up. I'm going to check and see if the servers are up maybe like an hour early. If it's up an hour early, bam, stream's coming back on. All right. If it's not up, which I seriously doubt, then we're going to check it again an hour later after that, right? We're going to check it at Brain, 3 a.m. Let's see, 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 10, 5 hours, 3 a.m. Yes, so we're going to check it at 2 a.m. Eastern Standard Time, or you check it whatever time is your time, in about 4 hours. And then I will come back, check it at 3 a.m. If it's up at 3 a.m., stream back on. We're on like Donkey Kong. And then we'll play it for like 3 hours. I'm not going to be playing it for, 19 hours, at least famous last words. You know how it goes, everybody in the stream. If I get all involved, the thing I want to do is get in and get some of my manufacturers going. And I feel like if I have a bunch of my manufacturers going at 10, I got them funded, and they're running, then I'm multitasking. I'm sleeping and playing other games while it's producing me pieces of 8. And I'm all about that. And then, of course, we'll be back Tuesday night, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, and Wednesday and Thursday, all week long is a complete Skull and Bones takeover at nighttime, except for Saturday. And then we also might do a bonus stream on Friday at 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time as well, or during the day, or both. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Love your dedication. Love this game. Me too, Sir Salty. I enjoy the game. If you go into it not expecting a Sea of Thieves game, because you don't need a Sea of Thieves game, because you already got Sea of Thieves. That's the thing. When people tell me, they come in the chat, oh, Kismet, I like Sea of Thieves better. Awesome. I like that you like Sea of Thieves. Sea of Thieves, great game. But this is a different type of game. And if it's your type of jam, awesome. If it's not your type of jam, plenty of other ship games and pirate games out there. And I've played pretty much all of them, everybody. I played Sid Meier's Pirates when it dropped way back in the day. I mean, that was in the 80s and 90s, everybody. Way back when. I love pirate games. I'm a big fan of that. And, of course, one of my favorite games of all time for all you new peeps, right here, Taipan. This game right here is from the 80s. And you can see that I made $2.5 trillion in 1986. How do you know it's from 1986? Because I played it to the day I was playing it. It starts off at like the 1700s. I played it till January 15th of 1986. There's a 15-year-old Kismet taking a Polaroid picture of the screen right there, where I made 2.5 trillion before anybody knew what a trillion was. I didn't know a trillion. No one had ever heard of a trillion. There was no companies who were $1 trillion, and there wasn't even a government that was in $1 trillion, I don't think. I don't know, maybe the U.S. Maybe the U.S. was trillions of dollars into debt. I don't know. But that's the first time I ever even heard of a trillion. But yeah, I made 2.5 trillion. You see, I just got 370 million on my character right now in cash. And this game, Skull and Bones, reminds me of this game. Now, this game, you can see the options, right? Opium, silk, arms, and general. So you would buy, say, 10,000 opium from one location. And then you would go to another location and the price would go way up. And then you would sell it. And so you say you bought it for 10 each. and then it went over here, and now it's 100. Well, that's 100 times. That's 10 times the value. So then you sell it, boom, and then you make more money, and then you do that back and forth. Now there's only like 5 locations, so it's only like, you know, like Sea of Thieves is like a lot more, like 100 plus locations in the game, or about 100 locations in the game. So much more scaled up than this game. And then also when you would go between the areas, when you had a lot of cargo, you would get attacked by pirates. So then you had to shoot the pirates. And of course, it was, you know, green on white screen, and then you'd have your little 2-dimensional. I should have a screenshot of the ships, right? So you have the ships there, and then you shoot them, and you see little cannon bullet holes in the sails, and then eventually they would sink, you know, in their little 2-dimensional sinking line like that, and you'd sink them all, and then you get a bunch of loot, and you take that loot, and you'd buy more resources and keep doing that trading and whatnot. But very, very cool, everybody. Very cool. So again, this game very much reminds me of this game, which I really love. One of my favorite games of all time. And actually, you can play it for free, by the way, if you guys want to try it out. You like retro gaming. You can check it out at kismet.gg, which is my website that I did, by the way. I didn't pay nobody to do this. This is Kismet doing all this work. You go up here to top games. I got a bunch of stuff across the top, including my studio. If you want to see all about my studio, I'm serious, bro. Look at that, 6 monitors running at the same time. I actually have 7 monitors now. I have another one over there because I got a new machine. Yeah, you can see I have a bunch of monitors. This is all the equipment, but if you just want to see the PC specs, I get this all the time. Kismet, what kind of PC do you have and all that. You can see I'm running 4 PCs with a bunch of different monitors. Some are for graphics, some are for streaming, some are for just like archiving. Now, my Mega PC here is mainly for archiving and video editing. Like right now, it's processing a bunch of videos and putting them up onto YouTube and all that stuff over there as well. You can see all that stuff. Now, one of the things you can check out top games. Now, these are all clickable, by the way. All these games and everything in here is clickable. Of games that I'm currently playing. You see I'm playing a little bit of Fallout 4 Game of the Year. We're playing some Atlantic City, some Skull and Bones, obviously, Eco, Enshrouded. I should also add a bunch of other games that we've been playing in there, but I haven't got around to it. And then, of course, some of my recommended games I feel that are exceptionally great games and basically a steal for the price tag. And then, of course, my favorite games of all time. Now, if you want to play Taipan online, you go right here to Taipan, one of my favorite games of all time out of all games. And you can go play online. You can put in your firm and you can play it right in the web browser, which is cool. Now, see, I would have, if I had the money to play and take this game and make it into a new game, right? Make it into a modern game. I'd pretty much make it like Skull and Bones. Now, the cool thing is, I don't need to do it. Somebody already did it. I don't need to do it. They already made it. Another one of my favorite games, if you guys remember that game, Rescue Raiders. Very, very fun game way back in the day. So these are my all-time games, because I'm old school, everybody. This right here, Ultima 4, my favorite game of all time. You know why? Because it's the reason why we have a Skull and Bones, and why we have a Fallout, and why we have Baldur's Gate 3, and why we have The Witcher. It is the very first RPG. The grandfather of all RPGs. And, of course, the awesome Lord British, a.k.a. Richard Garriott, who, of course, came out with the very first modern RPG. So pretty awesome. The one that started it all. I love the stand-up gauntlet. I used to own the actual arcade game, by the way. I had it in my office, in the front of my office. And I bought it for like $800, and I made like $1,500 on it. That's a good return on your investment, everybody. Plus, I played the heck out of that game, too, with my friends. And then, of course, these are my modern favorites right now. Of course, Fallout 4, Satisfactory, 7 Days to Die, New Vegas, and, of course, Fallout Shelter. I always like to throw a mobile game in there just for peeps. And there I am. Look, I'm playing Skull and Bones, and I'm streaming right now on YouTube and on all these other locations. So there you go. So feel free to check that out. You can check out sponsors and partners and videos that I'm doing and all of that. I have like playlists of videos that you can check out. Highlights, guides, mega builds, unboxings, even vlogs that I used to do. I might get back to those or not. Even some graphic design if you're interested in graphic design. Also got stuff in there where I'm like building my old Legos from like 40 years ago as like a reward for charity, raising charity, money for charity. And so I put that as a reward, and then I built it. I built the whole Lego thing, and then I bought a new version of the Lego one, and it took like 8 hours to build the thing. Holy mackerel, those Legos got complex, man. The one I built, it took so long because I had to find the pieces. But the one that they have is just so complex. And even if you know what pieces you need, it just takes a long time to put them suckers together. I can imagine people who are doing like the Star Wars Death Star and the Millennium Falcon or whatnot. I don't got that much time, everybody. I don't got that much time. That's for sure. All right, down for maintenance. All right, yes, that was Taipan. So I feel like this totally was. I love SO2, but I hate jumpy, spinny FPS. What game is this? That's Taipan. That's Taipan. That's old school, brother. Old school Taipan. I'll bring it back up for you. It's old school. It's on the Apple II in 1986. There it is. 1986 right there. And again, you can play it online right now. Go in there and fund your pirate adventure. Of course, look how many guns I have. 347 guns on my ship. Also, you know, you have so much cargo space on your ship, very much like Skull and Bones. Again, it's very close. It's very close and very much reminds me of, you know, you take this and you sell it for this. And that's what we're basically doing, right? Except for we're refining stuff. So it's taken this to a whole nother level. So you go in and you get your sugar cane. You convert your sugar cane into white skull rum. Then you take your white skull rum and convert it into gold skull rum. And now you just did a conversion. And then you take that commodity and you sell it for millions. And then you take those millions and you fund your factories, which then get you pieces of 8, which allows you to buy the most elite stuff in the game. Also, as you are doing that, you're, of course, working your way up in the season and working your way up in the rankings. So that you're also getting sovereigns, which you can use for buying even more elite and nice stuff. And of course, you're unlocking stuff in the seasons and whatnot. So they've taken it to a whole nother level. So awesome. And again, I don't have to do it. That's what's important, everybody. I didn't have to do the work. I just get to enjoy the end result. That's for sure. All right. So there we go, everybody. Now, again, we've got at least 4 more hours to go. I would say. And again, it says estimated 5 hours. Let's hit escape. Can we go out? Oh, it just took it out. What happens if you launch it again? Let's go see. Let's see if it lets me open it up. Update required. Download update. 8 gig update. Playable in 3 minutes. I doubt it. I doubt it. So again, it's been about an hour. Let's just do the update now. See what happens. See, they're also updating the servers. So they brought in the patch, which is going to be the thing. And you can see I got a real fast connection, everybody. Check it out. Check it out. That's 8 gigs coming down right now. Now, I used to have a slower connection. And every video I would do here on stream, by the way, is like 250 gigs. Because I do it at 1080. And there's no way I'm doing it 4K, right? It's just that's a massive, that's like a terabyte every time I record a stream. Especially, and that's just a, 5-6 hour stream. If it's 12, 16 hours, everybody, it would be unreasonably huge. And so what I would do is I would do those videos and then I would convert the videos so I could upload it to YouTube. I'd optimize it for YouTube. And then I'd upload it for 8 hours. So it took me, say, 8 hours to do the stream. Then it would take another 8 hours to upload it. So that's why I had a separate machine that would just upload all the time while I was streaming or while I was sleeping and whatnot. So then I got fiber optics, and it went from 8 hours per video to 8 minutes. Worth every penny, everybody. Absolutely. Worth every penny. Oh, what did it do? Did it stop? Oh, it's playable now. Oh, I'm not clicking it, though. I'm going to wait for it to fully upload. Wait for it to fully download. Oh, it launched it automatically. I didn't click it. Wasn't me. It launched it automatically. Yeah, I bet you it's going to say maintenance, though. That'd be hilarious if I could just get right in, right? Wouldn't that be hilarious? Let's go see. They did an oopsie and you could just get right in. Oh, we got to see the new start screen. I knew it. I knew it. 3 hours and 53 minutes, everybody. So they did give us an update. But we got to see the new screen before anybody, didn't we? Unless somebody did it within the last hour, I guess. But we got to see the new splash screen. All right, escape to quit the desktop. We'll let that update all the way. Very cool. Kismet, what up, Anthony? We're very excited. Very excited. So, yeah, that was Taipan. A fantastic game that you guys can play for free on the website over there. All right, so that's it, everybody. We're going to rest up. We're going to be back in about, I'm going to check back in about 3 hours to see if the servers are up. If they're not up, then we'll wait the full 4 hours or 3 hours and 57 minutes, whatever time is left. We'll come back and do it. And you know how I'm going to know? Watch this. I'm going to set a timer. Hey, Siri, set a timer for 3 hours. Hey Siri, set a timer for 4 hours. There we go. All right, so it's going to remind me in 3 hours to check, and then in 4 hours we're going to see if the servers are up. So again, make sure to hit the follow button so you know when I go live. We're going to go right into season 2. I'm going to show you all the tricks that we're going to use to get an incredibly great start on season 2. Hopefully you got lots of loot backlogged and you're ready to go for season 2. But even if you don't, remember, you can come and join us. You can find me in Sea of Thieves as Kismet BP. If you are awesome, you love to work together as a team. If you're a hot dog and you want to go do your other thing and tell us that you know everything, then don't bother. But if you love to work together, we're all about it. Brando coming in with that 21 months of sub love. Wow, thank you very much. I appreciate that love, Brando. Let's show him some love in the chat, everybody. Any good resource out there to get a heads up on the new season? Yes, I just went over the whole thing, Sir Salty. I just went over the whole thing. I'm sorry you missed it. You can watch it back in the VOD. I just talked about it for the last hour. But here's the patch notes. Let me give you the patch notes again in the chat. Bam, right there. There's your patch notes. The other thing you should do is definitely jump on my Discord because I have all the info being pumped right there. You're going to find that link right there. Discord.gg right here. And instead of spending 2 hours watching that dev stream and torture yourself, here's what you do. You spend 1 minute reading it right here. The big thing right here is that you're going to get your, based on how many manufacturers and regions you have, you're going to get your world helm leases and you're going to get your ship upgrade parts. Then, of course, we're going to have new ship rights and whatnot. But really, the patch notes are really detailed. They did a really good job on those patch notes. So if you want to not even do this, just read the patch notes. You can do that as well. But I feel like the number one thing that everybody wants to know is how many pieces of 8 do I get to keep? Well, now it's too late because it's already reset, everybody. Nothing you can do about it. So if you didn't know it or didn't know it, you're screwed now. If you were over 300,000 pieces of 8, right? Anything below 300,000, you keep that. So if you had 50,000, well, then you're going to have 50,000 in the new season. But if you had 300,000 like me, like I just below, I like 298,000 just to be a little bit below 300,000 just in case. Sovereigns don't reset. Silver does not reset. Your gold doesn't reset. None of that stuff resets. Your manufacturers do. So all the manufacturers start over. And then all your upgrades start over. And your upgrades cost more in the new season. By how much? We don't know. We don't know. So there you go. Kismet hooking you up. Will do, sir. Thank you. You're welcome. You're welcome. All right, that's it for me, everybody. We're going to roll out of here. We're going to rest up for a few hours to come back and check out season 2 on launch time, right? It'll be super fun. Super fun. All right, let's go. Kismet Love Trade.
Hi, this is Norbert.
That was totally the wrong button, everybody. Hold on. I hit the wrong button. Whoop. Let me move myself up here. There we go. All right. That went horribly wrong. All right. Thank you, everybody, for being here. I'm supposed to say thanks, everybody, first, and then we roll out the Kismet Love Trade. Thanks, everybody, for being here. Thanks to all my subs over here for showing so much love today. And everybody who came in the stream, hit that follow button. Appreciate each and every one of you. Thanks to all my awesome Patreon supporters down there. The best way to support the stream, whether you enjoy my videos or whether you laugh, you cried, you learned something today. You're like, Kismet, thanks for giving me the insight on season 2. This is why I can start season 2 awesome. So if you enjoyed any of that, please consider becoming a patron over on patreon.com/Kismet. You're going to find that link. I just put it in the chat there for you as well. So what's my schedule like today? Boom, there it is right there, everybody. Now, it's a little bit off kilter because they changed the times, and the times are weird, but we'll find out what's going to happen. So we're basically going to do 2 streams today, which is Monday for me still, for Skull and Bones. So we're going to do this one, and then we're going to wait for the reset. We're going to come back at 3 a.m., roughly 2 to 3 a.m. To see if the patch actually went through. And if it did, awesome. We're going to fire up the stream. The second it goes live is the second I'll fire up the stream. If it goes to 6 hours, well, then I'll wait another hour, check it again. If it comes up, boom, we'll start the stream and check out season 2. Then we're going to be checking out Fallout 76 on Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday at 3 p.m., 4 p.m., and 3 p.m. like we normally do. We're going to try to get our season done. We're up to level 70, but man, our season's running out, everybody. They're going to do a new update on in June, I believe. But maybe they're going to do it on Tuesday. I don't know. We'll find out, won't we? We'll find out, but I haven't seen anything. I should go look real quick. Hold on. Let's see if they posted anything. You guys let me in the chat. Did they let me know in the chat? Did you see anything about when the update's going to be? No, they still haven't posted anything in there. Now, the last thing they talked about was the Atomic Shop update. So I was looking at, I got a news page that I always check for Bethesda and see what they're up to. So we're going to be doing that. And of course, we're going to probably have a bonus stream of Skull and Bones on Friday. And then, of course, on Saturday, some more Eco with my team, 10 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, trying to build those lasers, trying to wipe out that meteor, which is going to be super fun. And again, we have basically a Skull and Bones stream takeover. And we're also going to try to work in Enshrouded at some point. I'm going to be playing that on stream. If you want to come join me, we do have a mega server. We're going to go in there and just see what's new, see what's up with Enshrouded. One of my favorite games, everybody. A really fantastic job on that. It's like all the best of all the games that you really like. All rolled into one with fantasy and different weapons. You can switch your different weapons and you don't have to be a certain class. You can just, based on what weapons you're using, is what you can use. And you can use like a wand 1 second and then a sword another or whatever. It's really up to you. And then their perk system is amazing, everybody. One of the most brilliant perk systems I've ever seen. Reminds me very much of Skyrim, how amazing their Skyrim system is as well. So there you go, everybody. Now you're in the know. And again, there's that social media. Definitely go over there. Show some love on youtube.com/KismetBP. And put a comment down below in this video called All Ready for Season 2. And again, the more you guys do that, the more it helps out a lot. The more you engage in videos and on Twitter.com/KismetBP over there. Oh, I forgot to give you guys your stuff for Twitter. My bad. There we go. I'm going to give you some extra for me forgetting right over there. Then, of course, you can check out the Discord, discord.gg/Kismet. I mentioned earlier. Check out the website if you want to see all that stuff I talked about. And, of course, especially patreon.com/Kismet to support the stream and everything I'm doing across all the different platforms and videos and all that stuff. All the things that I'm doing. All right, that's it, everybody. Again, going to rest up. Hopefully, I'll see you soon after this update comes through. And I'll let you know when I go live again via Twitch, because it'll alert you if you hit the follow button. So hit the follow button now, or the subscribe button, or if you're on YouTube or wherever you are, so it'll alert you. Or on Kick over there, hit the follow button as well. And then I'll also let you know via my Twitter and Discord that I'm going live. Season 2's up. Let's go. That kind of thing. All right. We'll see you then, everybody. Bye, everybody. See you later.
Hi, this is Norbert. Thanks for watching. This is the Sky.